capital of the world.
Well, that was really nice music to start the evening. Good evening and welcome to a regular meeting of the Burbank City Council, a very special one, in fact, because we're joined by representatives of our sister city. Thank you all so much for being here. That's right. Today is Tuesday, July 30th, 2024, starting the meeting a little bit before 6:20 p.m. As we do every meeting, I'd like to ask the community, all of you with us tonight, both in person and virtually, to join us for a brief moment of reflection. This moment is intended to begin each of our meetings with a positive and collective support for our beloved Burbank community. The City Council welcomes everyone joining us this evening, and we encourage you to take a moment right now to reflect on our community and the work that we will be doing together this evening. Although each of us has our own unique reasons for being here, we're united in our shared passion for this wonderful city that we all call home. And as we pause, let us consider our individual contributions and what they mean to those around us. Let us find solace in knowing that by working together with a shared spirit of community and partnership, we will always act responsibly for the betterment of Burbank. Thank you all. And before we go on to the Pledge of Allegiance, I would just like to encourage everyone and remind everyone that this chamber is truly hallowed ground in our democracy. It is and should be a safe place for everyone. Regardless of what opinions that you espouse at the podium, I ask that everyone continue to treat each speaker with respect that they are afforded and deserve. And of course, that respect also applies to our staff members who are working diligently around the clock to serve the community and to the members of the council as well. We should not give in to violent rhetoric or other dispositions that are not suited for this chamber. So I thank you all for always exercising, as you do in Burbank, nothing but outstanding professionalism and kindness and sympathy for all. So thank you all very much. And with that, we now go to the Pledge of Allegiance. Please repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam City Clerk, how are you this evening?
I'm good, Mr. Mayor. How are you?
I'm good. I think I sound like I could be singing some Barry White.
Yeah,
I guess we'll find out.
Sounds like you have a little bit of a cold. I'm sorry.
Let's see how long the voice holds up tonight. Would you please conduct the roll call?
Yes, sir. Councilmember Anthony?
I'm here.
Councilmember Mullins?
Here.
Councilmember Takahashi?
Here.
Vice Mayor Perez?
Here.
And Mayor Schultz.
I'm going to be a little different. I'm present this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you. There will be 4 periods of public comment tonight. Members of the public may comment in person or by telephone during the general public comment period. The first period of public comment this evening is for general public comment on any matter concerning city business and or any agenda on tonight's council meeting agenda. If you are here in person and would like to speak during the general public comment period, you should have and still can submit a yellow public comment card to address the council. You'll have the option of selecting either 1 minute or 3 minutes to address the council. Those who elect to use 1 minute will be introduced first, and we will go through all of the 1 minute cards before proceeding with the 3 minute cards. If you are going to be providing your comment this evening by phone for 3 minutes, that is the only option that we have for the phones. You can call right now at 818-238-3335. When you call, you'll be placed in a queue we will not begin the calling public comment until all of our in-person public comment has been received. Additional public comment periods this evening will be available after each report to council, but those will only have an in-person public comment option. So if you're calling in tonight and you want to speak to any of the items on tonight's agenda, do it during the general public comment period. And with that, we have 6 announcements this evening, if we can cue it up on the video.
Following our announcements for July 30th, 2024. Join the Burbank Police Department at this year's National Night Out. This annual event aims to promote healthy police-community partnerships and provides fun activities and exhibits for the whole family. The event will be held at Johnny Carson Park on Tuesday, August 6th from 5:30 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. For more information, contact the Burbank Police Department Community Resource Officer at 818-238-3235. The November 5th, 2024 City of Burbank General Municipal Election nomination period opened at 8 a.m. on Monday, July 15th and closes on Friday, August 9th at 5 p.m. The nomination period will seek candidates to fill 2 offices for member of the City Council for a full 4-year term ending on December 18th, 2028. To review the requirements for candidates for elective offices of the city and for more information, please visit burbankca.gov/elections or call the Burbank City Clerk's Office at 818-238-5851. If an incumbent does not file by the deadline, the nomination period will be extended until Wednesday, August 14th at 5 p.m. for candidates other than an incumbent for that seat only. The City of Burbank, the Burbank Transportation Management Organization, and Walk Bike Burbank will host the 20th anniversary celebration of the Chandler Bike Path on Wednesday, August 14th from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. The event is free, open to the public, and will take place near the intersection of Path and Chandler. Learn about the history of the Chandler Bike Path, discover local transportation, find ways to reduce car dependency and increase mobility, play a game of trivia, and connect with neighbors. Learn more about the event on the city's calendar at burbankca.gov. The Burbank City Clerk's Office is accepting applications for 1 vacancy on the Planning Commission for an unexpired term ending July 31st, 2025. The deadline to apply is Thursday, August 15th at 5 p.m. If interested, apply online at burbankca.gov/BCC application. For more information, please contact the Burbank City Clerk's Office at 818-238-5851 or email cityclerks@burbankca.gov. The Burbank City Clerk's Office is accepting applications for 1 vacancy on the Park, Recreation, and Community Services Board for an unexpired term ending July 31st, 2025. The deadline to apply is Thursday, August 22nd at 5 p.m. If interested, apply online at burbankca.gov/BCC application. For more information, please contact the Burbank City Clerk's Office at 818-238-5851 or email cityclerks@burbankca.gov. The City of Burbank is hosting 5 community meetings to receive public input on a potential rent cap. The city invites Burbank residents to attend any one of our in-person or virtual meetings to learn more about a potential rent cap and provide their feedback. Each meeting will provide the same information to give residents multiple scheduling options to attend. For residents unable to attend a meeting, the city will provide an online feedback form. Interpretation services will also be available for residents who wish to participate in Armenian or Spanish. To learn more, please visit burbankrentcapstudy.com. This concludes the announcements for this evening.
All right, thank you, everyone. Tonight, we're here to acknowledge and to welcome a very special group of individuals. We are celebrating the 40th anniversary of the City of Burbank's sister city status with the City of Ota, Japan. And as you can tell, we are joined tonight by our sister city delegates from Ota. If everyone could help join me in giving them a very warm Burbank welcome. It's an honor to welcome all of you, I think for the third time now, to the city of Burbank, and we're so happy to have you with us this evening for a Burbank City Council meeting. And look at that, the mayor can't keep it together, can he? I'd like to invite a few of you up here to say a few words, and then I'd like to invite all of our sister city delegates after that for a picture and to receive a proclamation and another special award here. But if I can first invite up, we have the two chaperones that are joining our sister city delegates. We have Takahiro Otsuka and Yuki Ashizawa. Come on up. And we have Deputy Consul General Nashigi Oshima from the Consulate General of Japan, based right here in Los Angeles. Thank you for coming, sir. I believe you have a few words you'd like to share? Yeah. Absolutely, here you are.
Yeah. Good evening, Mayor Schultz, and Vice Mayor Perez, and esteemed council members, and city staff. My name is Takahiro Otsuka from Ota City office. Thank you for welcoming and supporting our home state delegation from Ota City. I feel that after spending a week here that Burbank is an extremely scenic and beautiful city. And the people who live here have been especially gracious and kind to us. This is the 40th anniversary of the sistership between our two cities. I'm very honored to be here at tonight's City Council meeting. Now, I'd like to present an official letter from Ota City's Mayor Masayoshi. Yes. And on his behalf, this is a wonderful opportunity for one of our students to read his letter. The student who is very competent and brave is Aya Aoki. Please come forward.
Thank you for your introduction. Good evening, I'm Aya Aoki, and I'll be reading a letter on behalf of our mayor. Dear Mayor Schultz, the rainy season has finished in Japan and the hot summer has begun. I hope that this letter finds you in good health and enjoying a fine summer. It has been 40 years since February 14, 1984, when Burbank City and Ota City established our ties as sister cities, and it is the 19th time for us to send exchange students. We would like to thank you, the Burbank City Sister City Committee, and the people of Burbank for your dedication and kind support to reach this milestone. Many young Ota residents apply every time for this popular program that sends them as delegates to experience life abroad. The delegation this year consists of 12 enthusiastic participants, 10 students, and 2 chaperones who are very excited about meeting all of you. We hope that they thoroughly enjoy themselves, make many friends with your citizens and students as well, and learn about the lifestyle and culture of the United States. While learning about the United States, they will also share some aspects of the Japanese culture with their hosts and friends, thereby nourishing their own awareness as global citizens. Again, I wish to express my gratitude to all the members and associates of Burbank Sister City Committee for their dedication and heartfelt support, making our delegation's visit wonderful experience that they will always remember. May this trip be another great success and citizens of Burbank and Ota keep mutual understanding and friendship in the years to come. In closing, I wish you and the citizens of Burbank continued happiness and prosperity. Sincerely, Masayoshi Shimizu, Mayor of Ota City. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Aya. Well done. Thank you. To commemorate this momentous occasion, Here is another gift from Ota City, a specially ordered Daruma doll. Look. A Daruma doll represents perseverance and goal setting. It is popular in Japan for bringing luck and success. The way the Daruma works is you filling one eye when setting a goal or making a wish, and filling the other eye when the goal is achieved. May this Daruma help to symbolize our strong and friendly relationship between our two cities for many years to come. I look forward to what the rest of the week holds for us, and I wish you all the very best in your future endeavors. Thank you again for accepting us, and thank you for all of your hospitality. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Consul. I'll have you speak in just a moment. On behalf of the people of the city of Burbank, I want to thank you for this gift. We will treasure it. I'm actually going to have it right up here on the dais for the entire meeting to wish us luck and perseverance in our goal setting and conducting the city's business. Now, I have something to present to all of you on behalf of the people of Burbank. So if we can have all of our sister city delegates come on up here. And you're all welcome to stand to my left, my right, wherever there's room. Now we have some folks right over here. Guys, welcome right here. Perfect. And let's get the Deputy Consul right here next to me, of course. So, wonderful. Okay. So I have a couple things to present to you on behalf of the people of Burbank. The first is a certificate of the City of Burbank recognizing and celebrating our 40 years of partnership with the City of Ota, and I hope you'll accept this on behalf of the entire Burbank City Council. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And we have one more very special piece of hardware. This also is to commemorate 40 years of friendship and partnership. I'll present this to you in a moment, but what I'd like you all to know is that while you are here in the city of Burbank, here in California, I hope that you are certainly treated with the kindness that I know Burbank displays every single day. And I hope you know that as a sister city, you will always have a place to call home when you are visiting the United States right here in Burbank. We're so excited to have you, and I hope you have nothing but absolute wonderful memories to share with your family and friends back home. Here's to you. We'll take a very quick photo here. Thank you all very much. And last but not least, I'd like to invite the Deputy Consul General, who is gracious enough to be here with us this evening, to share a few words.
Thank you.
Sir, here you have.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Mayor and distinguished council members, all the respected staff of the City Hall, and our dearest friends and people of the city of Burbank. I must say it is my extremely prestigious privilege to have the opportunity to speak at the Burbank City Council to celebrate the 40th anniversary of the sister city relationship between Burbank and Ota City, Japan. My name is Naoshige Aoshima. I'm honored to serve here as the Deputy Consul General of Japan in Southern California. I would like to express our sincere gratitude and respect to the city of Burbank for its 40 years of commitment to the sister city exchange with Ota City. We, the government of Japan, recognize the tremendous efforts of all the members of Burbank Sister City Committee, Burbank Public Library, and everyone involved in maintaining this beautiful relationship and achieved its remarkable milestone of 40 years. And it is a great pleasure to see all the good smiles of 10 students from OTA. I'm sure all you are having a wonderful experience every day with your host family. Your stay in Burbank may not be long, but the experience you have here will mean a lot to you for the rest of your life. And here I must tell you one thing. This experience is a great gift to you, but it is not only a gift, it is also a responsibility. You have a responsibility to leverage your experience to contribute to the city of OTA, to further friendship between OTA and Burbank, and further friendship between Japan and the United States. I look forward to the future because you will fulfill your commitment and leave your mark on it for the next generations as role models. And lastly, I would like to thank the students' host families. I know that you have made many preparations to welcome the students. I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for the real kindness and real warmth you have given to the students, something they will never experience in the world of internet. They will never forget your kindness. Thank you very much once again for giving me this prestigious opportunity to speak at the Burbank City Council. Thank you.
I will probably see all of you again here at another event in the next week or two. But in closing, I just want to say that, again, the city of Burbank is so excited to have you. We have so cherished our 40-year relationship with the city of OTA, and we know that we have at least another 100 years with all of you, and we just so appreciate you coming here. Enjoy your time and have a safe trip home, okay, everybody? Thank you all so much. Mr. City Manager, what do we have on deck?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have one item for tonight. We do have a special guest that's about to enter, Roscoe, and he's on his way. Just give us a second here. We have some traffic. We've got traffic flow issues.
Well, Mr. Hess, if we can just start every meeting off like that, I think we'd all be in better spirits. All right. All right, as you were saying, Mr. Hess.
Okay, we do have a special guest tonight, Roscoe, and he's on his way.
Little camera shy. We'll bring him in. So I'm going to introduce Lieutenant Claudio Lasaco, who oversees our canine program and is also part of the Burbank Police Foundation, as I am, and then I'll let Claudio do the introduction.
Thank you, Chief Albanese.
Good evening, Council, Mr. Mayor, and staff. Like the Chief said, we're here to present the new canine ballistic vests that were recently purchased by the Burbank Police Foundation. Very graciously, I might add, they're $4,000 a piece, so a total of $8,000 for both of the dogs. Those donations, obviously, that the foundation provided the department come from donations from the community. So we're very grateful to both the foundation and to the community that donates to the police foundation. I have with me here Christine Hatch. She's the president-elect of the foundation. So thank you for being here, Christine. And with that, I'm going to introduce one of our two canine handlers, Officer Joey Nunez, and he's going to show off the vest and introduce his partner.
Good evening. My name is Joseph Nunez. I've been with the Burbank Police Department for about 8 years. Alongside me is my partner, police service dog Roscoe. He's a 5.5-year-old Belgian Malinois from the Netherlands. I got Roscoe when he was about a year old, and him and I have been in service since December of 2019. Roscoe and I are both based out of patrol. His capabilities include assisting us in looking for, locating, and apprehending dangerous criminals that are hiding and or fleeing from us. You'll see that Roscoe is wearing his ballistic vest, which has many, really cool and advanced features. First of all, it's similar to our vest. Sorry.
We're going to give you the microphone, so if you want to take a half step back, that way everyone at home can see Roscoe and what he's outfitted with.
You'll see Roscoe's wearing his ballistic vest made by a company called K9 Storm. Very similar to our vest, the ballistic rating is, or similar to our vest, it has the same ballistic ratings as the ones that we wear every day on patrol. When worn, it protects their vital organs from the front, the sides, and the back. It has a added measure on the underbelly, which protects the dogs from impaling themselves. Because just as we are out there looking for these dangerous criminals, oftentimes we're sending these dogs into dangerous environments. So that's just an extra layer to prevent them from getting hurt. There have been historically some products in the past that similar to the vest that he's wearing now, but K9 Storm is just above and beyond anything that's ever been invented. First of all, it's completely tailored to each dog specifically, and that's to allow them to have their full range of motion. They are buoyant in the event that they fall into a pool or something like that, and the dog can't swim. And lastly, they are designed to regulate the dog's body temperature so that they're not overheating when they're being utilized. A little bit about me, but prior to being a police officer, I was in the military, where I worked military working dogs for the United States Marine Corps. So I've seen a wide variety of the capabilities that these dogs have to offer. And it really truly is amazing how effective these dogs can be when implemented correctly. We ask a lot of these dogs, when in turn they ask for very little to nothing in return. So if there's anything that we can do to protect them, whether it be with equipment or legislature, we need to be an advocate for them and speak up for them. So again, thank you to the Police Foundation for the vests. We are very, very grateful and appreciative for them.
Thank you, and thank you for your service, sir.
Okay.
I have to confess, I now have a new favorite on the force. I think it's Roscoe right there. Ms. Hatch, did you want to add anything?
We're just happy to donate to them. So anything we can do, from the Burbank Police Foundation, especially for the two canines, there's Roscoe and also Spike, who's our newest canine. So it's our honor to be able to help them.
Wonderful, and I hope you'll convey our appreciation to Mr. Hastings, the entire foundation, and all your donors for the generous gifts.
Thank you.
All right, thank you all so much. Anything else, Mr. Hess?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Our next item is a presentation from the Greater Los Angeles County Vector Control District. At this time, I'd like to welcome Dr. Wassam, an appointee of the Burbank City Council. Dr. Wassam, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. We're going to have a presentation tonight by our office operations manager from our Silmar facility. Her name is Maritza Almos. So we're going to talk about an animal that's maybe not so as friendly as the dog. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wassam. And welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Happy to be here. I just get the presentation up. Is this the clicker? Okay, so my name is Maritza Olmos. I am the operations manager for our Silmar office in Greater LA County Vector Control District. Today I'll be talking to you about mosquitoes and the important things that you need to know. So just some things that I'll be going over, a little history about our district, integrated vector management, why we should care about mosquitoes, the mosquito life cycle, mosquitoes in Greater LA County, how the district supports vector control, how residents can support vector control, and then partnership with the district. So a little bit about our district. We are the largest of 5 vector control agencies in LA County. We primarily control mosquitoes, but we also do a bit of black fly and non-biting midge control as well. We cover over 1,000 square miles. So if you take a look at the map, we cover as far south as Long Beach, San Pedro, as far east as Diamond Bar, and then up into the Castaic region. So we do cover quite a bit of area. That is 36 cities and sections of LA County as well, which totals about 6 million residents. The district utilizes integrated vector management, or IVM. So we have three major departments. We have our scientific technical services, which handles a lot of our surveillance, our operations department, which handles a lot of the inspections and the actual treatments of the mosquitoes, and our communications department, which handles a lot of our outreach and campaign and education for our residents. So here are a few examples of IVM. We inspect and treat a variety of different sources. They can be rivers, channels, underground storm drains, the street gutters, green swimming pools that are not maintained. We also conduct property inspections for residents that may be having issues with mosquitoes in their backyard. We do set traps for surveillance. We do ID mosquito, different types of mosquito species, just to be more aware of what diseases we might be exposed to. We have our community outreach events, and we do youth education as well. So why should we care about mosquitoes? Well, for one, they are the deadliest animal, causing over 1 million human deaths. This obviously does not include all the people that get very sick from mosquitoes. They can transmit a wide variety of diseases, such as West Nile virus, dengue, and Zika. And we are at potential for disease outbreaks within our communities. So a little bit about the mosquito life cycle. The female mosquito is actually the one that bites us. It needs the protein in our blood in order to lay eggs. Depending on the species, they lay their eggs differently, but here is an example of egg rafts. The eggs then hatch out into larvae, which then molt into pupae and then emerge as an adult mosquito, which will then in turn try to look for a blood meal to lay more eggs. This entire process takes about 5 to 7 days from egg to adult. So say, for example, residents water their backyards on a Sunday and they don't revisit their backyard until the following weekend. They could have had hundreds of mosquitoes hatching out. So it's very important for residents to be diligent about what may be in their backyard. There are thousands of different species of mosquitoes, but the ones that we should be concerned about in our area in Greater LA is our native mosquito, the Culex mosquito. It typically does not bite humans, so most of us that have lived here our whole lives, we've never really noticed them. They typically bite birds. Occasionally they will bite us, and that's how we can end up with West Nile virus. A new mosquito that is invasive to the area that has let its presence be known a little bit more is the Aedes mosquito. It is a very aggressive daytime biter. A lot of folks have nicknamed it the ankle biter, and it bites more so during the day. A little bit more about the Culex mosquito. It's a dawn and dusk biter. Like I mentioned, it is native to the Greater LA County region. It likes wet, humid, and temperate climates, and it does prefer larger water sources such as green swimming pools, ponds, and fountains. It can transmit West Nile virus, St. Louis encephalitis, and Western equine encephalitis as well. This slide is an overview of California as a whole. So we have had, this is actually for 2023, but in 2024, we have had, within our district, we have had 11 positive mosquito samples and 4 dead birds. One of the mosquito samples that came back positive for West Nile was in the Burbank area, which is something that does occur regularly each year. Oh, there is a 2024. So like I mentioned, California as a whole has had over 400 mosquito samples that have came back positive, only one of which has been in Burbank. The Aedes mosquito, which is the one that is a little bit or a lot more aggressive, it bites during the day and it does prefer to bite humans. Tends to target the ankles, very sneaky. And we typically don't notice that we've been bitten until after it's bitten us and flown away. It does prefer smaller containers, things that you'll find in a backyard, such as plant trays, different buckets, 5-gallon buckets, rain barrels if they're not sealed properly. And it can transmit different diseases such as dengue, Zika, chikungunya, yellow fever, and canine heartworm. So how the district is supporting the city of Burbank. So if you take a look at all of the small green bubbles, those are all of our residential and business inspections that we have conducted. The blue are going to be all the pools and ponds that we keep an eye on, and the orange are going to be all the underground storm drain lids that we also inspect and treat as needed. So how do we prevent mosquito breeding and bites? Ultimately, removing any standing water. So taking a look at your backyard, especially after rain events, tipping and tossing any stagnant water that you may have. Drilling holes in containers so that they don't accumulate water, whether it's from an irrigation system or a rain event that you didn't notice they may have accumulated the water. And ultimately using insect repellent. The CDC does have a list of active ingredients they recommend for your repellent to have. DEET, picaridin, IR 3535, or oil of lemon eucalyptus. So make sure you're taking a look at the label of the repellent you are purchasing and making sure it has at least one of these ingredients, 15% or higher, 25% or higher, and don't forget to reapply and read the label at all times. The City of Burbank is more than welcome to partner up with us, follow and share content on your social media, website, and newsletters. Invite us for information booth or presentations such as this one. And then you can also request mosquito literature for the City Hall, for parks, and for rec centers as well. And that does conclude my presentation. I am available for questions if anyone has any. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does council have any questions? Yes.
I know you mentioned it a couple times. You talked about water. So I'm told standing water, still water, that's a couple of days of that is where they tend to breed. So
yes,
like preventative measures, mixing up and splashing out and emptying standing water.
Yes, completely emptying it out. The larva doesn't swim very well, so they tend to not breed in water that is flowing. So if you have a fountain that has a very strong current or is operated regularly, you shouldn't have too much of an issue. It's the stagnant water that becomes the issue, where this mosquito will breed very, very quickly. And when the weather's a little bit warmer, it actually speeds up that process. I know the slide says between 5 to 7 days. That's pretty average. But if the weather's been hot like it has been, it can speed up that process to about 3 to 5 days.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Takahashi.
Thank you so much for this presentation. It's a very timely one, needed. And you mentioned a couple times property inspections for residents and businesses. So could you speak a little bit to if a resident wants an inspection and how does it work? Who do they talk to? How does it work? And what happens when you come out to do an inspection on the property?
So what they can do is they can either call into the office to submit a service request, or they can do so online. We tend to have a rather quick turnaround time, about 72 hours, where the technician will contact the resident to schedule an appointment. Depending on what they're experiencing, because we do have the 2 different species of mosquitoes, we do try to come out and do an inspection as soon as possible. We inspect the perimeter of the property, never inside the home, the front yard, the backyard, try to locate any stagnant water. The Aedes mosquito that is a little bit more aggressive tends to breed in more cryptic sources, or sources that are harder to find. I know even myself, I've been confident that I don't have any standing water in my backyard, and I'll walk it after a rain event, and sure enough, I'll find some. So we'll come out, we'll do an inspection of their property, we'll educate the resident. If there isn't any sources that we can locate within their property, we can potentially extend our search to any neighbors or any conducive properties. If they're experiencing more so the dawn and dusk spider, the Culex mosquito, there might be an unmaintained swimming pool within the area that they may not be aware of. So different types of, just depends what species they're dealing with, but it's more so an outdoor inspection.
Thank you. Oh, yes. Anyone else?
No, just a quick comment. Thank you for the report. If you don't mind, can you share the number where people can call and contact you so they can come out for inspection?
Sure, 562-944-9656. That is the number to the office. They can also go to glamosquito.org and submit a service request online as well.
Great. Any other questions or comments? Okay, thank you both so much for your time and your update tonight.
Thank you.
All right, get home safely. Thank you. Okay, next we have reporting on closed session. Mr. City Attorney, would you please report on tonight's closed session?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council, and for the benefit of the public, City Council met this afternoon at 4 p.m. in closed session to discuss two items. The first item was conference with legal counsel concerning existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1 concerning the case of Robinson versus City of Burbank, which is a use of force civil rights case. The second item was conference with the city's labor negotiator, Ms. Betsy McClinton, Management Services Director, pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6 regarding BCEA negotiations. City Council took no reportable action this evening.
Thank you very much, Mr. McDougall. Now is the time for general public comment. I will be calling out the speaker's name as well as the person who is next in line to speak. And we do have here in the front row a seat that's designated if you're that second person waiting to give your public comment. So when I read the two names, that second name, that's the seat you can move to so that as soon as that first comment's done, you can jump right in and we can keep it going. Oh, thank you. In order to keep public comment moving in a timely fashion, we have that designated seat, as I was mentioning. We also have a timer on the podium, which will tell you how much time you have remaining. Again, you may choose to use the first period of public comment, which is general public comment, to address an agendized report. But if you do that, you will not be able to speak on that item later after the report is presented. The council asks that you please state your name for the record before you begin. And for those wishing to call in during the general public comment period, if you haven't done so already, you can call right now at 818-238-3335. Callers will be placed in a queue until all in-person public comments have been received. We're going to begin with general public comment, and I'm just confirming with Ms. Tai, I have 21 cards, all for 3 minutes. Is that correct? Okay, thank you very much. So everyone will be speaking for 3 minutes. Our first public commenter will be Ron Bax, and then the second one, who's welcome to sit here in the front row in the waiting seat, is labeled that sign guy, Mr. Schlossman. And of course, you don't have to use all 3 minutes, but you're certainly entitled to. Not you specifically, Mr. Bax, but everyone.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council, city staff. I just learned of something that has thrown my prepared remarks into disarray, and I'll cover that first. Oh, I left it back with my wife. Anyway, last meeting, Mr. Mayor, you pushed hard for universal eviction protection. And when you agendized or made the motion, you said all evictions. The city attorney recorded as all no-fault evictions. So I have to believe that it wasn't in the ordinance at that time, but here it is, the last paragraph on page 3 of all no-fault evictions. Yeah. Anyway, now to page 1. I did not attend the last council meeting. I apologize for that, but my allergies had drained me. I would have not been able to survive 2 hours, but my lack of attendance did not matter, because all of what I'm going to address occurred after public comment period. Hence, this is my first opportunity to address some, but clearly not all, of the shocking words and behavior. Miss Vice Mayor, you attacked Miss Councilmember Mullins for her concern for housing providers, saying we need tenant protection because we are discussing a myriad of tenant protections. The day we are discussing housing provider protections, happy to do that. Whereby the city attorney had to remind you that housing providers protections are implicit in the Fifth Amendment. You snapped back, you forgot the part I added. Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. I don't know what the part was. I think he was politely saying you can't trample housing providers' rights with the promise of correcting the injustice later. Councilmember Anthony, you tried to cut off Councilmember Mullins as you have done many times in the past. To her credit, this time she stuffed you with, I'm not done yet, so thank you for allowing me to speak, preventing you from mansplaining. I wish you had done that when you professed your knowledge of statistical analysis. It was clear to me you wanted to bias the survey sample pool. By the way, how did your meeting with FM3 go? Anyway, I will cede my time because you can read the comments on page 2 and 3, which was prepared in advance thinking this was going to be an agenda item for public comment, and it's only on the consent calendar. So thank you. Good night.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have that sign guy, followed by Barry Sarna, and I will note that that one is going to be a video presentation, but Mr. Sarna, if you want to come up here when you're ready, we'll get you going. Mr. Schlossman, whenever you're ready.
Yeah. You know, I always have my signs. I think they go a long way. This one says school bond, and I gave you two choices, no and hell no. I'm voting for the second one. Now, all of us want a fair shake. We want a level playing field. Even in what you do, they have those scales, you know, in law. And if we ever are involved with law or the police department or our elected officials, we want a level playing field. It's not too much to ask, and it's what we all deserve. And there's many federal protections and state protections guaranteeing us that it's supposed to be a level playing field. But that's not what we're getting over at the school board. The three incumbents are desperate to be reelected, and that would be Ferguson, Agakanian, and Weisberg. And what they've done, along with the Burbank Teachers Association, is almost entered into a conspiracy. They've colluded so they both groups can get what they want. Now, they put a $1.1 billion bond on the November 5th ballot. That's what it's going to cost each of us. But they're not happy with that. They want a parcel tax, and they're openly calling for a parcel tax in 2 years. And the citizenry of Burbank, all of us, we can only take so much. Our money doesn't grow on trees. So I've delivered to you, to Miss Clark, a letter, and this letter was written back in April, and it shows collusion between the Burbank teachers and the three incumbents. They interviewed all three of those incumbents back in April, and they made their decision on who they're going to support back in April. And I want you to read that letter carefully, because it proves that they're in cahoots. And the reason why it's detrimental to all of us is they excluded any other candidates. We don't even know today who's running for the school board. But the three incumbents got what they wanted, which is a union endorsement. And the Teachers Association got what they want, which is a promise of higher pay. And that's not right to people who want to serve and who may be better qualified to serve. And that bar of being better qualified is very low compared to what we have now. So when you go to the voting booth, vote for one of these.
Thank you for your comment. I will note for the record, Ms. Clark is still processing the letter, so we'll get that up to council momentarily. Mr. Sarna, if you have any preparatory remarks, your time will begin, and then we'll pause and we'll get the video playing.
Preparatory, I just like, that was a great presentation from the sister city. Great thing. That's nice to start with that. Loved it.
Thank you.
So, somebody's going to show the video for us?
We'll pause this
Okay,
time.
is there members of the public that would like to speak on item 5? I have someone on the audience, from the audience, Constantine Anthony from City of Burbank. Please come up to the podium A.
Good morning, board. My name is Constantine Anthony. I'm a council member and former mayor for the city of Burbank. I use he, him pronouns. Please reject this amendment. We're trying to move this thing forward as quick as possible. We've been in contact with staff, our city staff and their city staff. We are confident that the letter that we have sent gives a given threshold, 17,000 ridership. This was over 2.5 years ago. Staff has assured us that they are able to show those numbers, and so when the full project comes back, we can clear this thing through without any problem. What Mr. Najarian is asking for is that we at the council take our time to change the letter as we've approved it 2.5 years ago. I would love to do that. We are swamped. Our city council meetings typically go past midnight. This last one last week went to almost 3 a.m. I'm more than happy to change the letter. We would love to put it on the docket. It may take a while to get it in front of us. So I would love to move this thing forward with good faith, knowing that we are going to be taking a look at this and improving the project.
Okay, so good evening. I am Barry Sorna. I'm a 35-year resident of Burbank, a retired BUSD teacher, a member and former president of Vision Burbank, and we have always said we support public transportation, but support the letter that this body has sent to Metro asking that we make sure ridership reaches some 17,000 riders before we commit to a new traffic plan for Burbank. My question for you tonight, based on the video you just saw, has this council changed its position on the mixed flow trial for BRT? Has the committee appointed by this body of Ms. Mullins and Takahashi heard something new that we don't know? Did this body approve of Mr. Anthony's appearance at the July 25th meeting of Metro? If not, why did he speak? As you heard Mr. Anthony said, and I quote again, "We are confident that the letter we sent gives a threshold of 17,000 ridership. Staff has assured us that they are able to show those numbers. So when the full project comes back, we can clear this thing through without any problem. I am happy to change the letter." I ask you, really? Where does this decision come from? I'm extremely shocked by Mr. Anthony's message to the Metro Board and his disregard for the voters and the many voices who have come to this chamber on several occasions to support what became that mixed flow letter. Again, I ask, is this a new position of the council? Was he speaking for this body? Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. I apologize, I forgot to mention the next speaker, so I'm going to give the first two names now. First, we'll be hearing from Liz Milan. Liz, you can take as much time as you need to get up here. And then we will be hearing from David Kaishan.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Appreciate it. I'm a renter and a small property owner. I live in a rented duplex in Burbank, and I rent out a property in Burbank. I've lived in this unit for 16 years, and before that, I lived in an apartment in Toluca Lake. My current landlady is a small property owner who raises the rent minimally and not every year. She's raised it substantially only twice, right before AB 1482 went into effect, and this month, due to the proposed rent restriction. The apartment I lived in Toluca Lake was owned by a corporation, and they raised my rent the maximum allowable every year. I was just a number to them. I'm a human being to my landlady. She's a small property owner. It's always been my dream to own rental property, and after years of hard work, I was finally able to purchase property on my own. For some quick background, I left home at 15. I became a heroin addict, and I sold my body to survive. I stopped using drugs at 23. And I turned my life around. My ex-husband left just after the birth of our third child. She was an infant, and he didn't pay child support or alimony, as he was ordered to do. So we ate a lot of top ramen because it was only 10 cents a pack. I ultimately made enough money to qualify for a home loan and bought a property in 2016 that I rent out. I treat my renters and my property with care and respect, and many other small property owners do the same. Corporations typically do not. You're just a number. When a renter vacates, the owner needs to clean, paint, repair, get rid of any trash that's been left, advertise, show the property, and hope the property isn't vacant for too long, as their mortgage payments, utilities, gardener, etc. must be paid every month. Also, rent sets its own level. What would happen if an owner tried to rent, say, a small 2+1 on the Chandler Bike Path for $10,000 a month? No one would apply. Rent sets its own level. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment, and thank you for your bravery in sharing your story. Thank you.
Thank you.
And next we have David Kaishan, followed by Brian Smith.
You said my last name right this time.
I'm getting better.
Yeah. David Gaishan, here with the Apartment Associations of Greater Los Angeles. The proposed ordinance, item N2, poses a significant threat to the supply of affordable housing in Burbank as more owners are forced to exit the rental housing market due to the inability to pay substantial relocation fees in times of financial distress. The new draft of this ordinance no longer includes the previous proposed exemption for smaller owners. This change is alarmingly short-sighted as small property owners are the ones most likely to need to move into their properties in order to maintain ownership during financial struggles. If they are forced to pay these greatly increased relocation fees, then they will have no alternative other than to go out of business. As a result, Burbank will lose more affordable rental properties as these older properties are converted to luxury units by developers. The City Council must recognize the financial reality that small owners with 20 or fewer units do not have the same access to financial capital as large corporations do. To purposely turn a blind eye to this simple fact will mean that Burbank will lose more existing owners and be left with only large corporations as housing providers. As renters have testified, it is the existing owners that are keeping rents at an affordable rate. The city should be finding ways to encourage small owners to stay in business rather than trying to wrongfully take a one-size-fits-all approach that will cause for greater harm to small owners than their corporate competitors. An exemption for small owners with 20 or fewer units is not a luxury, it's a necessity in order to keep these business owners in business providing affordable rental housing in Burbank. Please reinsert the original exemption and consider expanding it to more small owners to encourage them to stay in business for the benefit of their existing renters and future generations of renters. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Brian Smith, followed by David Donahue.
Council members, hi, Brian Smith. I just wanted to come in this evening and say thank you for the appointment to the Water and Power Board. I'm very excited to serve the community, and I'm also very excited because my first meeting is going to be this Thursday, and so I'm kind of fired up about that. I also wanted to put my PTA hat on and talk about something that's going on. Several years ago, the students at John Burroughs High School decided to change the mascot from Indians to the Bears. And since then, a lot of the Indian stuff has been removed and some of the bear stuff has been put in. But we had a couple of great PTA members and active parents that organized a fundraising event. We had broad-based support through the community to raise money. And this week, the Burroughs Bear, John Burroughs sign with the Bears went up in front of the school, and I just wanted to share that news. I hope the community will come by and take a look at it. I hope our council members will come and see it. And I think it's going to be great for the students. School starts on the 12th, and it's just an exciting time over there. So thank you, and have a good night.
Thank you for your comment, and go Bears. Next, we have David Donahue, followed by Ramik Hakobian.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members, and staff. My name is David Donahue. First, to the speaker, several before me, Liz, thank you very much for coming down to the chamber, for sharing your experiences about being a renter and a housing provider. It is not that often that we get a new voice, and it is wonderful to hear new ones. My comment this evening to you is going to be regarding Councilmember Anthony's addressing the Metro Board. So when I was made aware of that video and your presentation there, I was a little taken back because I was in this chamber when Councilmember Takahashi and Mullins were appointed to the subcommittee. So I asked the question that the former president co-founder, Mr. Barry Sarna of Vision Burbank, posed to this body. When was Mr. Anthony appointed beyond the two of you to represent this body to the Metro Board? And if you look at that board, it is filled with some of the most elite top politicians in all of Southern California. And there he spoke as a former mayor, current city council member of Burbank, going to change things that had not been deliberated in this body or authorized by this staff. So as the current president of Vision Burbank, as somebody who organized several large protests and gatherings to this council, I will defer to you and wait your response. Is there been a change? Has there not? Is Councilmember Takahashi and Councilmember Mullins still representing this body to the Metro Board, or do I need to defer to Councilmember Anthony? Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Rama Kakobian, followed by, I believe I'm saying this correctly, I think it's Gustavo Quirosa. If I say it incorrectly, please feel free to correct me before your time begins. So first Ramak, then Gustavo.
Hi, Council. Good evening, Mayor Schultz, Vice Mayor Perez, council members, staff, and residents of Burbank. My name is Roman Kokopian. I'm the president of the Burbank Remain Association and your publicly appointed police commissioner. I'm honored to stand before you today to announce an exciting and crucial initiative that will benefit everyone who calls Burbank home. On August 22nd at 6 p.m., we will launch the Burbank Community's Driver Safety Campaign at Community Chevrolet, located at 200 West Olive Avenue. This campaign, spearheaded by the Burbank Community Association and brought to life by all of our partners, is a grassroots effort supported by a coalition of 28 and growing community partners to promote safe driving practices and ensure safe roads for all. The Driver Safety Campaign is more than just an initiative. It is a movement that brings together various segments of our community, from local law enforcement to educational organizations, car dealerships, and nonprofits, all united by the common goal to raise awareness of road safety and save lives. Conversations about this campaign started after the tragic accident that occurred on End over 3 years ago. It serves as a reminder of the importance of road safety and the collective responsibility to do what good we can. The event will feature engagement with the Burbank Police Department. We'll present the campaign goals, strategies, resources, and ensuring every attendee understands the importance and impact of our collective efforts. Additionally, information will be provided in upcoming workshops designed to educate and empower residents with the knowledge and the skills to practice safe driving. And also, participating dealerships all throughout the city have committed to share driving safety brochures, the ones you guys are holding, at point of sale, which is a proactive step ensuring that the new drivers are informed about safe driving practices before they even take the wheel. We just want to give a special thank you to the Burbank Police Department, Lieutenant John Former, I know he's not here, for all their help on this campaign. Wouldn't have happened without their support. Initial conversation with the chief, Councilmember Mullins, liaison with the Police Commission, Mayor Schultz. And we want to invite everybody in the Burbank community to join us on August 22nd. We really feel like together we can make a difference. And for more information, go to www.burbankarm.org/drive-right. And please help spread the word. We have brochures and flyers here. If anyone wants to take one, please feel free to do so. And thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Next up, I believe, why don't you correct me and tell me how to actually say your name, because I think I'm butchering it.
Gus Quiroga.
Gus Quiroga. So Gus, before your time begins, we'll be followed by Lorena Quiroga, possible relation. But Gus, you can begin your time whenever you're ready.
Yes, so I'm here to also talk about the Tenant Protection Urgency Ordinance and to gripe about it, if I may. But first, I want to open with a confession myself. I actually still eat top ramen, but I eat it for the flavor. I can afford Progresso and Campbell at this point, but love top ramen. Smaller landlords obviously shouldn't be grouped in, for me at least, in the same bucket as corporate landlords. We have a small, we're a small housing provider. Fewer than 3 units should not be grouped, or wherever you want to draw the number. But the proposed amendments could be very challenging to us. As small landlords, we provide a personal touch. We personally, you'll hear from my wife as well, is that we go above and beyond with our tenants. We try to give them maximum service, and we don't increase the rent every time like the previous person who spoke. It's just like we try to just be partners in a way. And this makes it very hard with these extensive relocation fees that are being proposed that could potentially break us or could break other people that maybe can't quite get there. And so you would be losing with this maybe some of these more good partnerships, right? And I understand, though, between landlords and tenants. So I get it, though. You want to protect the tenants. It makes sense. And against greedy corporate landlords. But to lump us all together, maybe there's good rationale behind it, but I'm not seeing it, and I'm pleading for it to be changed back or to be rejected, to vote against it. And because I think it's not fair to impose those same restrictions on the mom and pop housing providers. So, go Top Ramen.
Thank you for your comment. If we're getting full honesty, I eat it too. It's pretty good. I don't care. Judge.
Chicken.
Absolutely. There's no other flavor to have. It's the chicken top ramen. All right. Lorena, you'll go, and then we'll be followed up by Douglas Isbell.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and council members. I appreciate absolutely everything you do for our city. I'm here because I would like to echo a lot of what Liz had said, and also Gus. I think that to lump, mom and pop landlords, I've been a resident of Burbank for almost 30 years, and it's been a real struggle just to try and acquire a home where you can have a guest house and you can rent it and help with affordable housing. But to lump, so I've been to many council meetings here, and I feel that the mom and pop landlord sometimes is really not heard, and that's why I'm here. I think it's not a matter of days or weeks when our tenants have, or a tenant has any complaint. It's a matter of hours where we have the personal touch, and we're there to provide. We're a community, and to lump someone into a corporate greed or corporate landlords, I think is unfair. In addition to that, also the relocation costs, which are already significant, pretty high, and to make that even higher for landlords that have less than 3 units, for example, or a guest house, I think is a bit unfair. So. I hope that you consider this when you make your decision. And again, I thank you for all you do for our city.
Great. Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Douglas Isbell, followed by Emily Payne.
Okay, good evening, Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm actually here supporting a comment to come from Laura Dunn, one of the owners of Lincoln Beer Company. I'm a 14-year resident of Burbank. Both my kids are graduates of Burbank High School. I've been going to Lincoln Beer Company since it opened about 6-7 years ago. It's about a mile from my house. And I've just found the atmosphere to be totally welcoming and enjoyable since the very first day it opened. I visited, and their issue is actually getting an expedited, review or renewal of their exterior use permit for their parking lot, which was allowed during COVID and I guess has sort of lapsed since then. I can tell you that I've gone there frequently, 2 or 3 times a month probably since then, and I've never had a problem parking. During the daytime on Lima, there are many spots. During the evenings on Avon next door, there's plenty of spots. And San Fernando Road by Tonier Cafe is often half filled, so there really is no issue with sufficient parking in the neighborhood. In fact, I visited most of the breweries in Burbank, and I think that they have probably more localized parking than any of them, any similar businesses in Burbank. And so I really hope that they don't have to undergo an extensive reapproval process to obtain this new permit. Furthermore, they're really a community supporter. I found the atmosphere so welcoming that I started bringing my telescope to the brewery to show people the moon and the planets at nighttime. That's evolved into a space night that we conduct about every 2 months, where we do some telescope viewing, very family-friendly event. We have a public talk. We get crowds up to 45 people or more on a Wednesday night. Never heard any problems with them finding parking. And they also do a lot of other community supporting events like the Runners Club that benefits other Burbank businesses, as well as events that celebrate and support pet ownership and support for pets. And so this kind of volunteer efforts are really a reflection on the community spirit that they support. And I really hope that, as I said, that I urge the council in the strongest possible terms to approve the expedited process for Lincoln to return to the parking framework that was possible under COVID, and to extend the same process to any other Burbank business with similar needs and infrastructure. So, thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Emily Payne, followed by Eddie Poland.
Hi, I'm Emily Payne, longtime Burbank resident. And with the help of Clerk Clark and the city IT team, I would like to present a video produced by Strong Towns of Burbank.
Okay, let's roll the video.
Over the past couple years, I fell in love with the outdoor section of my local brewery, and apparently they just made some changes. So let's go check out the improvements. What? Why would they turn it back into a parking lot? Turns out, I'm not the only one mad about this. Lots of people are, and more importantly, the owners of the brewery themselves wish that they could still have a patio space. So take a seat, grab a drink, and let me explain everything. On July 14th, 2020, the COVID pandemic was in full swing and wreaking havoc on local businesses. So the Burbank City Council passed a resolution which allowed businesses to create outdoor dining on sidewalks and in parking stalls. The owners of Lincoln Beer Company reached out to the city and were assured that this decision applied to them, even though the wording only called out restaurants, not tasting rooms or breweries. Then, every year since, this program was extended through the end of the year until we finally arrive here. The city is studying a program for more permanent conversions. Only problem is, this study has been going on since the beginning of 2023. In the meantime, code enforcement suddenly showed up at Lincoln and said, "Yeah, so I see that the program applies to restaurants, and you seem to be a brewery. So yeah, if you could take this all down, reopen your parking, that would be great. Thanks." But here's what fires me up about this whole issue. There are multiple city documents which not only encourage this kind of change, but also set a clear path forward. Here they are. The General Off-Street Parking Standard in Burbank has a section which allows for a waiver within a parking district. It says that the Planning Commission is allowed to waive the mandated parking when they find that there are sufficient publicly owned automobile parking spaces in the vicinity. Since Lincoln would fall into this parking district, that means that all of these spaces located 1/10 of a mile from the business could apply. But how do we know if they would qualify as sufficient? Well, we get a clue directly from the Planning Commission themselves. Every time they have approved permits for Lincoln, they have stated that Lincoln primarily generates traffic outside of the typical operating hours of the other businesses in the area, which minimizes conflicts. And if that's not enough proof for you, then there's always the financial proof. The owners of Lincoln say that their revenue from their tasting room has dropped substantially since converting their patio back into parking. A clear indication that the lack of parking was not an issue for patrons.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Eddie Poland, followed by Hunter.
Evening, Council. My name is Eddie Poland. I am one of the co-founders of Strong Towns Burbank. We are a local chapter of an international organization that advocates for making cities safe, livable, and inviting. And tonight I discovered that Mr. Prescott is also a member of Strong Towns, so I'm very pleased to hear that. And I would like to invite Mr. Prescott and anyone else that shares our same vision of a Burbank that is safe, livable, and inviting to our next meetup, which will be at Lincoln Beer Company on the 17th of August at 4 p.m., hopefully on their patio. So why we're here tonight? We're here because one of the tenets of Strong Towns is that cities like Burbank have codes and regulations on the books that are out of date and out of touch with our city. And they're not helping us become a safer city, a more livable city, and a more inviting city. And in fact, in some cases, they're actually stymieing businesses. They are hurting businesses, and today we're here to represent Lincoln Brewery, Lincoln Beer Company, but we could probably be representing a dozen other businesses or people that want to open a business in Burbank, or people that want to take their single-story retail unit with a big parking lot in back and turn that into a multi-story mixed-use building with retail on the bottom and residences above. That's just not possible with our current parking mandates. So we're here today to do two things. One is to urge you to allow Lincoln to have their patio back before summer's over, and let us go back to the patio and let them bring, they as a business have made their neighborhood more livable and certainly more inviting. And we think the city needs to actually come and embrace that. And the thing about these codes that we have that need to be looked at, it's turned many of our city staff into, rather than being advocates for our city, they're being gatekeepers that are preventing our city from moving forward. So it's very important that we move forward, but we have to start, and we have to start by stop hurting the businesses today. So I hope the council will direct staff to expedite the situation before summer's over, to allow Lincoln Beer Company to have their patio back, and then to also look at a program to expedite the process for any business in Burbank that wants to take their parking lot and turn it into some other business use, because that's going to help us in Burbank. So thank you very much for your time, and I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Hunter, followed by Nathan Adair.
Sweet. Hello. Good evening. Sorry, I'm not off book, so I'll be reading from my phone. But my name is Hunter, and I live on the western border of Burbank. I'm speaking tonight with Strong Towns Burbank in support of Lincoln Beer Company, and also in support of any other businesses in Burbank that would like to take advantage of the ample amount of car parking that they may have. I was reading through the Burbank Municipal Code and saw that there are 5 car parking spaces required for every 1,000 square feet for restaurants. I'm unsure of the status of the outdoor dining program, but this feels like too large of an amount to be required to me. I would be in favor of removing this requirement for businesses, as there are multiple other ways to get to an establishment, like the bus or biking or rideshare, and when you think about it, it makes sense to encourage alternatives to driving to places like breweries. Allowing businesses to take advantage of all the space they have, including outdoor space, makes sense given we have an amazing climate and we want to support what's good for local businesses. Anything you can do to make it easier for businesses like Lincoln Beer Company to be compliant with an outdoor or al fresco dining program would be appreciated. Getting rid of parking mandates is good for business, and it would be neat to study things like the possibility of allowing for bike parking to count for compliance rather than just car parking. Also, shout out to Councilmember Anthony for your comments at that meeting in the video that was shared earlier during that public comment period here. If re-agendizing the letter from this council with regard to dedicated bus lanes for the NoHo to Pasadena BRT is possible, that would be awesome. Thanks for your time as always.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Nathan Adair, followed by Howard Parkins.
Hi, my name's Nathan. I live in the Media District. Just in case it's not obvious, I'm a member of Strong Towns Burbank. Thanks. I would like to talk about our overall parking laws in Burbank. It would be so easy to look at the handful of minor code violations that Lincoln has had and just say, you know what, they're a rogue business, so we don't care. But that's not what I see. What I see is a business that really cares about figuring out what their customers want, and then they get innovative while trying to figure out how to provide it. Every now and then, that innovation does lead to a minor violation. But what I've also noticed is that when city staff reaches out to them and lets them know, Lincoln does a really good job of immediately fixing the situation. That's what they did with the food truck situation, the live music, the pizza oven, and finally, the patio space. Now, when the patio space happened, Lincoln knew that that was so important to their profits, and it was very near and dear to many patrons' hearts. So they ran to the city and they said, please help us figure out how to rebuild this in a legal manner. And they got shuffled from one person to another, to another, to another, until finally the response that they got was, I don't know, maybe just do a new permit from scratch. A process that costs a lot of money, takes a long time, and all of that shuffling that already happened left them with no faith that it would actually result in a finished patio space. Now, I would bet my next paycheck that there are other businesses in Burbank looking out their front window at a half-utilized parking lot, and they're thinking, oh my gosh, I could think of so many better uses for that space. Because savvy business owners understand that cars don't patron businesses, people do. And astute city leaders understand that cars don't bring together neighbors with common interests and get them to develop deep personal bonds. No, communal spaces do. That's why Strong Towns Burbank is asking City Council to direct staff to create a streamlined process for all Burbank businesses. A process that Burbank businesses can use in order to apply to have their parking mandates waived and then dedicate their parking lots to better uses. We believe that by strategically cutting this little bit of red tape, we will get out of our own way, and the result will be that our local businesses and our communities will simply flourish. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Howard Parkins, followed by Laura Dunn.
Hello, everybody. It's a pleasure to be in front of you tonight. I apologize for the informal attire and pay no attention to my Oceanside hat. I'm actually a resident of Burbank. I moved here from the snowy climes of Canada back in 1990 to become a part of the esteemed animation community here. And then in 1998, when I realized it's like, hey, sunny and warm all year round, I decided to get back into running, which fast forward brings me to the Lincoln Brewery. So I'm here tonight to, as a runner and a beer drinker, to encourage you to bring back two of my favorite things, running and then enjoying an 1861, a nice cold one on the patio with my fellow runners, talking about how safe and scenic it is here in Burbank. And again, thanks for the Chandler Path. I've spent many miles and hours on that. So that's all I have to say, and thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Laura Dunn, followed by Patrick Dunn.
Hello, I'm Laura Dunn. I'm one of the owners of Lincoln Beer Company. My husband, Patrick Dunn, we own it together. First, I want to thank Eddie, Nathan, Hunter, everybody that's come out to really help us support to get the patio back. All we're asking for is to work with the city to come to a solution to expedite the process of amending our current CUP instead of having to go through a process of applying for an entirely new one. So I won't take up more of your time. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Patrick Dunn, followed by Joe Pimienta.
Hello, thank you for your consideration in all of this, and I just wanted to add that we are a family business. We love you, and we, 6 or 7 outdoor tables might not mean much over here, but it makes or breaks us, and we really appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Joe Pimienta, followed by Kate Cundiff.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, staff, and everyone everyone in the chamber. I'm just going to mention it really quickly, even though it was announced. The Chandler Bike Path's 20th anniversary on August 14th. It's going to be a lot of fun. Get ready for that. In the past, I have come up here and spoken in advocacy for tenant protections, and you all know where I stand on that, so I won't dwell too much on that. However, I do want to draw attention to that to something that I think is really awesome. We at the Burbank Tenant Union came across this survey that we see that is circulating, and I would like to read a little bit about it. I'm going to read the second paragraph from this survey that is being put together by what seems to be, the header says, the Burbank Housing Providers, and it says, Crucial Housing Provider Survey for July of 2024. I won't read the first paragraph because I think it's irrelevant to my point, but also will not take the second paragraph out of context, and I think that's important. Anyways, the second paragraph reads, in order to understand these issues better, we would like to ask the Burbank Housing Providers the following questions. Question number 1, how many dwelling units in the city of Burbank do you own or manage? Followed by that, there is a space to answer how many you own and how many do you manage but do not own. Question number 2, how long have you owned your properties in Burbank? Check the most accurate response, and then there's multiple answers. Question number 3 and question number 4 and question number 5 are a little irrelevant to my point, but they are also very important and really good questions. The reason why I bring this up is, you see what this is? The housing providers are asking for a rental registry. So we agree on this. Burbank Tenant Union and the Burbank housing providers agree that it would be great to find out who owns how many units in the city of Burbank in order to make sure who would qualify as a mom and pop, and to make sure how many people that are invested in this community are interested in providing housing for people that live in this community and to keep them as tenants. So there's something else that we agree. So now there's two things. One is the cost of living is increasing incrementally and therefore unsustainably, but also it would be great if we could get together and cross-reference each other and to find out, let's find out who owns how many buildings and cross-reference that to make sure how do we move forward from there. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention because I think it's a great thing. I think it's a great step forward, and not to mention it would do what you have also been saying, that we have to find ways to bridge gaps in order to work together to make sure that the residents of Burbank can live sustainable lives, and for people to maintain their housing. So with that, thank you for your time. Have a good evening, and I'll be here.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Kate Cundiff, followed by Andre Dionysian.
Hi, council and staff. Good evening. At the last city council meeting, BTU presented a questionnaire that we had sent out to some people who had no-fault evictions. I feel like it kind of got lost in the shuffle and we didn't print enough copies, so we just want to make sure that you guys all put eyes on it because it tells a lot of really important stories about the personal impact of no-fault evictions in the city of Burbank. One of the other things we want to do is we want to thank you for passing some tenant protections last week, and we also want to say that it's still not enough. People are still being displaced at an alarming rate, and there's not enough protections, and we have something like 18,000 people in the city who have no-fault protections. So thank you for what you're doing, and we're going to keep pushing forward. We appreciate you.
Thank you for your comment. The last in-person public comment card that I have is Andre Dionysian, and I see one more coming. Mr. Dionysian, you can begin whenever you're ready.
Good evening, Council. My name is Andre. I am a member of the Burbank Transportation Commission. I am not speaking on behalf of the Burbank Transportation Commission. I'm also a member of Strong Towns Burbank, and I am speaking here today with Strong Towns Burbank and in support of Lincoln Beer Company. Not all parking lots are created equal. Every lot represents benefits and drawbacks for local businesses. Businesses should have the freedom to determine what's the best use of their property for their customers, especially when the surrounding area it has more than enough parking capacity that's already been determined by the city. There's absolutely no reason to put myriad administrative hurdles before that business and simply limit their ability to think creatively and innovate. I'd also like to shout out the carpenters who are in the room tonight. They're here on a separate issue, but at the very least, I think codifying their standing warrants more than just a note and file and actually warrants a discussion of the council. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Next, I have Elizabeth Bax, and we have one more card after that. Following Elizabeth will be Andrew Wright.
Hi. Again, I want to totally thank the staff for everything you're doing to get all this going and way overboard on everything you have on your plate. Really, thank you so much. As far as the council is concerned, I have a lot of things I'd like to talk about, but the one thing I want to bring up is the private businesses that are being talked about tonight, because housing providers are a private business. I believe that things like pavilions and Vons, they're private businesses too. But I don't see you guys going into their establishment because I can't afford, wait, we're going to hear my banana story finally. I haven't worked for 15 months. I don't know if I can afford my next property taxes. I don't know if I can afford a lot of things. I've pulled things out of everything I can think of, and now I'm down to it. I've got kids going to college. Yeah, they deserve to go to college, but I can't go to the private college and tell them that I can't afford it. And you know, if I do that, what do I get? I get money from the federal government in grants. That's what I get. I don't get the private business giving me money. When I go in to buy bananas and I can't afford 89 cents bananas, I can't buy them. Do I get to come to you now and ask to go to pavilions to lower the banana prices? No. You have to consider housing providers, the three of you. Consider the housing providers as much as you're considering the tenants. Because you're not. You are all for the tenants. You with the universal, that came up in the last meeting for the first time to the public. The first time. But you knew everything you were going to say. Everything. So you knew well and in attention because you told Mrs. Mullins that you had put it out to all in an email. I did not get the email. I had no idea you were going to talk about universal rent control for all of Burbank. You, who are probably not even going to live in Burbank past your tenure here, you're going to go over and take off California the same way you're doing this to Burbank. We are a small town community. And you, for going about the the Burbank Transit the way you did. We were told these two were taking care of it, not you. So why are you there speaking for everybody when we don't even know you're going there? You all, we are listening. We are watching. We don't want lies, Nikki. When I came up here before, it wasn't about you missing your meeting. It was about you.
That's your time. Thank you very much. That's your time. Thank you. And our last card is Andrew Wright. Mr. Wright, before you begin, just check your mic really quick.
Yes. Hello.
Okay, we're all set.
Great. I'm Andrew Wright. I'm a Burbank father of two. I also work with the California Bicycle Coalition. Here tonight to support the Safer Streets Burbank plan. Right now, as we speak, our friends over in Glendale are looking to approve 90 miles of bike lane tonight. That means if everything goes right, I would be able to go from my house here in Burbank straight to Pasadena on protected bike lanes the entire way. And right now, I can't go on a protected bike lane all the way to my kids' daycare. That's why I don't take my kids to their daycare. That's on a bike, I end up driving them. There are plenty of people like me who end up in car trip situations like this. And it's been great to be surrounded by my friends with Strong Towns, who are here this evening as well. I think you know that parking is going to be the thing that you're going to have people up in your face about for the next few years as this plan rolls out. And I want you to know that when you hedge in the streets, traffic calming, make people drive slower, the end result is fewer kids die. There are 3 crosses out on Glen Oaks that are tended to regularly. I see them all the time. I'm sure you do as well. Glen Oaks is a street that invites speeding. And when you have that sort of speeding, you're going to have dead people dying in their cars. Plain and simple. So when you hear people complain about parking, complain about driving a little slower to work, think about the alternative that can be really hard to see from inside your car. I too have been so mad seeing my street get hemmed in and driving slower. But the real trade-off is dead kids. And I'm really sorry that I'm gonna book it right out of here. I have to put those kids to bed and it's almost 8 o'clock. But I thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. All right, that was my last in-person public comment card. Ms. Clark, are we ready to go to the phones?
We are, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, let's send the first call through.
The first caller is Elizabeth.
Elizabeth, you're on with the council.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, council member. First, I'd like to apologize for my raspy voice. I'm under the weather, but thank you for taking my call. My name is Elizabeth, and I have been a resident of Burbank for the past 20 years. And I have a great concern today for you, Mr. Mayor and Vice Mayor. Recently, during several meetings, you assured the Jewish community that they would not support or include in the ceasefire, not include the term ceasefire in any council-approved document. However, it has become clear that both the mayor and the vice mayor have gone against your words and worked on language that included the term ceasefire. So this betrayal is deeply disappointing to us. My family and my friends and the Jewish families in Burbank feel deceived and let down by you, Mr. Mayor and Vice Mayor. I'm sorry. We will remember this breach of trust, in a way you could say, in the upcoming election. And it's very disappointing that we were deceived by you saying you're not going to include the word ceasefire, and you included it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Hope you feel better. Before we go to our next caller, I just would like to make a last call. If anyone here is in person for any of the comment periods needing translation services, please do so in the next 10 minutes. Otherwise, I'm going to send them home. All right. Thank you very much. Ms. Clark, next caller, please.
The next caller is Alex Tuckman.
Alex, you're on with the council.
Hi, I am a housing provider and a husband and father of 2 young children just trying to get by. One of the sources of income is from rents that we live on for one of our apartment buildings in Burbank near the media district. I was always told my whole life to buy the property. It's the best way to get ahead and get out of the rat race. And for years, I saved every penny working several jobs over 2 decades until finally I was able to realize that dream and put a down payment on my first property. After years of patience, we finally got to the point where the bulk of the renovations were done after rehabbing and putting tens of thousands of dollars in repairs, property year after year, with years of lost cash flow due to high deferred maintenance. When we finally got the building in the black as a business, only to be hit with COVID in 2020, then skyrocketing inflation, which meant higher costs due to utilities, gardening, mortgages, all of which went up. Now mortgage rates we have to refinance. Once I refinance, I can kiss more income goodbye. Now only to deal with an onslaught of outrageous laws in LA and Burbank, just like the one that's being proposed with tripling the relocation fees. I'm extremely concerned about our family ending up in the red, which we're heading towards, because of silly laws like this. We may have to sell our property if it keeps going in this direction. It has become extremely difficult to do business in California. 352 companies have relocated their headquarters just since January 2018. Last time I checked, relocation fees for no-fault evictions were something like 2 times the tenant's rent plus $1,000. This is already a lot of money with them just moving out. Why do we have to triple that? Why do I, the small mom-and-pop landlord, barely scraping by, have to pay triple what is already so expensive? And even irony, it's calling it a no-fault relocation fee. Clearly, you're saying we are at fault if we're the ones that have to pay. That's what you're implying. And the reason I bought this property in Burbank specifically is because the laws were supposed to be more favorable than LA County. You are now changing that, and will probably continue to change that so much as it meets your needs to get you votes from your constituents. You are essentially forcing my family, you're encouraging them to get rid of the tenants and move into that property and encourage less available units for renters, because we as landlords don't want that liability. It's dangerous being a landlord in this city now, and sadly, even more so in Los Angeles. As a landlord, I feel like I'm walking with a target on my head. And you see landlords as these greedy, rich moguls. That's not us. We're just trying to survive, and every year it gets harder and harder thanks to these new laws you keep coming out with. It's exhausting, quite frankly. It's self-serving laws for the politicians to get reelected. You're basically telling landlords you want to subsidize a down payment on a home for them. So you're not...
That's your time. Thank you very much for calling in. That's your time. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Max Yelby.
Max, you're on with the City Council.
Good evening, Council Member, Vice Mayor, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for having me. I just wanted to tell you that, when I'm hearing everything here, it's if I was in your shoes, it's sort of scary because you got to make a bunch of decisions, and it looks like there's not a right choice. But in the meantime, as a tenant, I'm not necessarily advocating for tenants, but I'm just saying there's a lot of suffering that can happen. And over a few days ago, I encountered this picture. It's like the trolley problem. Basically, like where you see a little man who has a choice to save either 5 people or if the trolley goes in one direction, or save one person if the trolley goes the other direction. And I thought that picture is not a good representation of your choices that you have, because you can do anything you want, because you have infinite power in a way. But I would say personally, when I looked at that picture, I felt like, well, you can actually stop the train. So stopping the train means there could be a moratorium on no-fault evictions. I say no-fault evictions because I do see, and I did witness some tenants who are gaming the system and cheating the landlord. I'm not advocating for that, but there's also some landlords who are trying to cheat the tenants by kicking them out to make short-term financial gains. So I think since wisdom is supposed to emanate from your body, so I think what should happen, like, it would be great if you guys you think about this, how to make a decision, that you kind of like stop the train. We don't have to choose between either the single-family homes or the apartments, but you can stop the train and we can release all the people, we can save everybody. But this means that there has to be some type of moratorium so you guys can make a wise decision. So that's, and Councilmember Anthony did say that, but it wasn't agendized. I don't know all the protocol. Mr. McDougall know the protocol. I'm not sure what it is, but this is really something that will help most of Burbank. Moratorium on all no-fault evictions. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Ms. Clark, do we have any other callers?
That was our last caller.
Okay, there being no further public comment, I now declare the general public comment period closed. Colleagues, now is the time for a brief response from City Council, the City Manager, and/or the City Attorney. Would anyone like to begin? Yes, Mr. Hess.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd love to begin. I'd like to call up our Community Development Director, Patrick Prescott, just talk a little bit about, briefly, about Lincoln Brewery and some of the things we're trying to help them with.
Thank you, Mr. Prescott. Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Patrick Prescott, Community Development Director. Thanks for the opportunity to respond to some of the public comment related to Lincoln Brewing Company. I'll remind you first that you authorized the use of private parking lots for outdoor dining. The council did during the COVID shutdown and then extended it and directed us to extend it again and not enforce the parking requirements through the end of this year. We have a report coming to you before the end of this year. We will offer you a couple or three alternatives on how to do that. As with every issue with businesses, we are always trying to manage that interface between business and residents and business and other businesses, right? So when we have issues, when we get complaints, as we have, I don't typically speak publicly about code enforcement cases, but I will say in this instance with this particular business, we received complaints from an adjacent business, and that's one of the things we're going to have to work through with this business. There's an opportunity to improve the relationships there in that neighborhood. The ABC, the Alcoholic Beverage Control, allows the license holder to have events, to bring, I believe, food trucks, that sort of thing. They can use space in the parking lot currently for dining, outdoor dining. The staff has reached out to them again recently, and they are setting a meeting with the business owners to work through that. There were some issues, I think, with an outdoor oven of some sort, and there's county health department issues that have to be addressed. It's not insurmountable. But we just want to make sure, as with any business, that it's not just a free-for-all. I will clarify for some folks, the map that was shown is not parking districts. Those are parking enforcement areas. There's only one parking district adopted in the municipal code, and that is the downtown Burbank parking district. That's not to say we won't have more in the future. We look forward to working with the property owner to resolve this. We want our businesses to be successful. We also want to protect existing neighborhoods. So outdoor music, those sorts of things, we just got to manage it all. That's all. In Burbank, it's really all about managing success. everyone's so successful, and we just have to make sure that we're all able to get along in the midst of that. And we can do it. We have residentially adjacent commercial industrial standards in our code, and so perhaps in a year or so, when the specific plans are updated, we can have another look at that if we need to. Let's see. There's no need to start from scratch. There's an existing CUP. There are conditions that must be complied with unless they're amended. So yes, let's see. So yeah, we're working, happy to work on that. And similarly, since vehicle safety came up in one of the public speakers, we're going to hear from CDD staff about Safer Streets plan tonight. We owe you a report on the Livable Cities initiatives with the folks from Strong Towns would like to hear about, and that's agendized in October. And I think Glendale's just adopting a bike master plan. I think we've got more and better bike infrastructure, and frankly, it's community development, so of course. But just bear in mind, we have the in design, the extension of the San Fernando Bikeway, the extension of the Chandler Bikeway to the downtown Metrolink station. That will connect to the South Channel Bikeway, which will connect to Glendale's portion of the South Channel Bikeway, which will connect to the Los Angeles River Trail. We have in design and under construction this year, the First Street Cycle Track, which is a separated bike path. And we completed already this year a protected cycle track on Front Street that connects the Metrolink station to Verdugo, which will then connect to the protected cycle track that will be built by Laterra Development for the 777 Front Street project. So those are significant milestones, and you saw the announcement for the anniversary, the 20th anniversary of the Chandler Bikeway, which is very exciting. So it's a good time to be thinking about all of our transportation options. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Prescott, before you go,
yes,
any questions from my colleagues? Yes, Councilmember Anthony.
If they do approve it, let's just stay ahead of them. Well, I don't want Glendale to beat us on this.
Well, every chance we get, we work with our colleagues in Public Works to implement the bicycle master plan. Some of them are signs, some are bike lanes, and some are the separated buffered bike lanes. So lots of good stuff, and off-street lane. Yep.
Thank you. Councilmember Mullins.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I thank you, Mr. Prescott, and I know that you work very close with our business community to ensure their success, as we all care about our business community. And I wanted to see if it's possible, when you reach an agreement with them and try to find a solution, if we get a report back or an email or update to what has occurred, so the
Sure.
council is aware of it.
We'll let you know for sure. Keep in mind, if there's a conditional use permit amendment, that is a public hearing at the Planning Commission that can be appealed to the City Council. So you'll want to make sure that you can remain impartial and give a fair decision on that should it be appealed to the City Council.
Thank you for the reminder.
Yes.
Anyone else? All right, thank you, Mr. Prescott. Mr. Hess, any other response from you? Okay, colleagues, would anyone like to begin? Councilmember Anthony.
Thank you. I wanted to address some of the concerns about my statement to the Metro Board. It was not my plan to go to Metro last week. That was not on my calendar. However, about a week and a half ago, during the Budget Subcommittee, the very fiscally
briefly,
concerned, yes.
Now that you've added a historical element to your response,
I'll be brief. I'll be brief. Something happened at the Budget Subcommittee. We needed to mobilize quickly. To Mr. Donohue's point, there were some folks at Metro Board that I have a relationship with, and instead of trying to get something done long term, I wanted to get something done quickly. So we were able to save 6 of the 7 budget items very quick. And if you go through the text, you will make sure that I said I in many of the statements. I did not represent council. I was there on my own and on my own behalf. And you can go through the text. I've read it. I've seen it. I was there on my own behalf. Thank you.
Anyone else? Actually, if I might, Councilmember Mullins, just on that point, some of our public comment did ask very specific questions. No, the City of Burbank today has not changed its position on the BRT. There has not been an agendized item or a discussion, so the position remains the same. No, Councilmember Anthony was not appointed by the council to speak for the City of Burbank at any hearing or any meeting of any kind involving Metro. My understanding is that Councilmember Anthony did choose to go voluntarily and appear in his own capacity. I would simply remind the council member, and then I will end because we have a mechanism to discuss council member conduct. That's not on the agenda tonight. What I would remind the council member is, much like Mr. Dionysian, who I think is still here, when he came up to the podium, out of an abundance of caution, it's always prudent to say that while I may serve as insert title, I'm appearing today in my personal capacity, speaking only for myself. I think that avoids any confusion, so I will consider this my reminder to the council member.
I appreciate that, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Mullins.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for clarifying that, because I too would like to say that I was not aware as a council member that we have given any kind of direction, not only as a council, as a body of 5 council member, but also on the subcommittee with Council Member Takahashi, and I'm only going to speak for myself. I was not aware that Councilmember Anthony was going to go and speak on our behalf. I will ask later on in the agenda for something to come back to be able to discuss this matter and find a solution to it. So I too was surprised to see what just happened. And I also would like to quickly ask the city manager, was it because Councilmember Anthony attended the meeting that we were able to get our 6 or 5 items from Metro approved, or was staff involved in this?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Mullins. We were not aware of what Councilmember Anthony was doing. I know that Mr. Kriske on staff was really working the phones and working his connections. That was my understanding, was staff was working with their staff to make that happen.
Any other comment, Councilmember? On any other?
Just to thank everyone that came out, and I did want to acknowledge Mr. Brian Smith with the if he's still here, the sign, the bear sign for Burroughs High. If you haven't seen it, please walk by and see it. I walk by it every single day, and it's giant. It's a beautiful sign. So I wanted to acknowledge that. And other items, we will be addressing that on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Takahashi.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, thank you to everyone who came out tonight to speak and share your thoughts. We appreciate it. Thanks to those who called. Also to those who've emailed us and who meet with us or meet with me, I'm speaking for myself. I really appreciate that outreach. It helps us understand your concerns in the community. Some things have already been addressed that I wanted to hear back about those. I did want to ask staff about, Mr. Hakobian spoke about the safety, driving safety. If we could make it possible to have this information in the library for distribution, and maybe the police station, if there's any other city buildings we can have it distributed, would be great. And just briefly to touch on the Metro topic, I also was not aware of my colleague speaking at the Metro Board till after the fact. And my colleague just said that we had to mobilize quickly, but did not include me, so I just want to make that clear that I was not involved with that. And I echo what our mayor said. I have the same feedback too, but we'll continue the conversation later.
Vice Mayor, any comment?
Sure. Thank you to everybody who spoke. Thank you to all our commenters and those on the phone as well. I won't repeat anything that's already has been said other than to echo the sentiments of my colleagues. I do want to mention a couple of things. I know some folks came to speak about housing, and I know we have that on consent, so I won't go into that, but I'd be remiss if I didn't recognize we had 3 new members of the public come in and speak. All 3 of you are small mom and pop landlords, and I want to extend to you the same invitation I have to all of our other mom and pop landlords. I'm going to give you my card before the meeting ends because I want to hear from you directly. You had the pleasure of coming up here. I want to sit down and talk with you. So I'll be giving you this after. And the other thing I want to mention with that is a lot of our state and local housing things are very complex, right? And somebody mentioned, and I don't know if this is a specific case, so please correct me if I'm wrong, but somebody mentioned having a guest house right? And I want to sit down with you and talk about that because in many ways you are exempt from what is about to happen. And I know a lot of folks don't know that piece. I've seen homeowners come here and say, I need to sell my house because rent control is going to sink me. There are state laws that prevent that from happening. The same way somebody mentioned.
Really be safe for the agenda.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's all I'll say there, to know your laws, and I'd love to talk about them with you. And the one other thing I will mention, Miss Elizabeth, who called on the phone, I'm so sorry to hear, what you shared. I have to be very frank. Mr. Mayor, I don't know, I think you'll address it as well, but I did not share with anybody my position on the ceasefire item. In fact, we were very much advised by the city attorney to keep our positions to ourselves, given that item. I was happy to listen to a lot of the members of the community. I talked to folks from Burbank for Palestine. I talked to folks from the Jewish Federation, and in all of those conversations, listened to what they had to say. Because as we all shared, this was a international issue, and those folks had the information. And also, with the mayor, we pulled from a statement. Most of what the language that came from our statement was from those conversations and from the written statements that were shared in the attachments to the item. So I'm so sorry if there was reason for you to believe that I mentioned I would not add the word ceasefire. I've never made that commitment, and I'd be happy to talk to you about it if you'd like that. I extend that invitation to you as well. Other than that, I don't have anything to share, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Anyone else before I go? Okay. Well, thank you, everyone, for coming down and offering public comment, and for those who called in. To the caller, not the in-person commenter, but to the caller, Elizabeth, first of all, hope you feel well. I, too, have a raspy voice. I just overuse mine. I'm not feeling ill, as I've informed my colleagues. I do want to just mention, though, that we have never spoken, you and I, to the best of my knowledge, so I don't know who informed you of what, but I want to go on record and say that what you conveyed in your comment tonight is 100% false. I never made that commitment. I'm sorry that you were misinformed, and I'm happy to speak with you offline if you have any remaining concern. Second, to Ms. Bax, I just want to say, as I mentioned to one other commenter this evening, it's never easy to come in here before the council and talk about your circumstances in life, and so I thank you for your bravery and sharing whatever you felt comfortable sharing tonight. I will simply say, I'm not going to address all of your comment because we can do that later when we get to the consent calendar, but I will just say, just to the last item you mentioned, contrary to popular opinion, Burbank is my home. I've settled in quite well here. I'm raising my family here, and let me be clear, I have no intention of leaving. I am very much at home, and in whatever capacity I have the pleasure of serving this community, I intend to be involved and to use any and all influence that I have to help shape good public policy for Burbank, and I hope we can work together. Lastly, to Mr. Kaishan, I simply wanted to say to you, sir, I know that you are here representing the Apartment Association of the Greater Los Angeles Area, or AGLA. I know that you did not tell me this, but a representative of AGLA a couple months back suggested that I simply retire on the spot and stop worrying about this matter until I was off council and leave it to the next council. So my invitation to you, Mr. Kaishan, again, knowing you're just the messenger, I hope you'll carry this message to Mr. Ukelson, much like I would like to sit down with any of our mom and pop landlords that are here. If AGLA would like to sit down with me and educate me and see if there's a reasonable carve out for a mom and pop, 2, 3, 4 units, that's fantastic. But I'm not done with my job yet. I'm going to continue governing for as long as I sit on this dais. So if we can get past that initial commentary, I think we can get some good things done. So thank you, Mr. Kaishan. And I'm going to keep working on your name. All right. I think that's all we got, unless anyone has anything else. Any coffee orders? No. For the record, I have sent the interpreters home for this evening, and we're now going to move on to our 3 reports to council. After staff's presentation on each item, the city council will proceed with
Consent.
Oh, I'm sorry. We have the consent calendar. Madam City Clerk, please read the consent calendar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have 7 items on tonight's consent calendar. Item 1 is approval of the City Council minutes of the regular meeting of July 16th, 2024, and the dark meeting of July 23rd, 2024. Item 2 is adoption of an ordinance modifying residential tenant protections within the City of Burbank. Item 3 is adoption of a resolution to approve design and construction services to support the Regional Intermodal Transportation Center Battery Energy Storage System Project, authorize the BWP general manager to negotiate and execute the design-build contract with Baker Electric and Renewables LLC, and authorize the acting assistant general manager for power supply or their designee to approve plans and specifications to retain design immunity. Item 4 is approval of a 3-year service and membership agreement with Infotech Research Group. Item 5 is approval of a second amendment to a parking lease agreement with Creative International Investment Incorporated for parking spaces at the courthouse parking structure located at 301 East Angelino Avenue. Item 6 is adoption of a resolution authorizing acceptance of the Department of California Highway Patrol Cannabis Tax Fund grant for $147,922 and amending the fiscal year 2024-25 budget by appropriating funds. Item 7 is approval of informed consent and waiver of potential conflict of interest in legal representation by Burke, Williams, and Sorensen LLP, and authorization for city attorney to execute. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Colleagues, do we have any questions? Anyone want to make a motion? Yes, Councilmember Mullins.
Yeah, I need to, if possible, pull item 2, not to the end, but I have a quick question for the city attorney to clarify.
Sure, can we do that right now if that's amenable with everybody?
If everybody's okay, it shouldn't be too long. I just want to clarify it for the public. Regarding this item 2, regarding single-family homes and the exemption under the law of 1482, also if someone has an ADU in the back of a single-family home, what is the requirement, and would they be exempt under 1482 or the ordinance that we're trying to adopt tonight?
So the answer is it depends. Subsection E of Civil Code Section 1946.2, subsection E, details the exemptions from the Tenant Protection Act. The most notable are any structure with a certificate of occupancy issued within the previous 15 years. So that's every structure except a mobile home. With regard to single-family homes, there's owner-occupied exemptions and there are non-owner-occupied exemptions. And the owner-occupied exemptions have some criteria that the owner can't rent or lease more than 2 units or bedrooms. So that could be theoretically a duplex under or a second unit under SB 9 or ADUs. It could include a junior or and a detached or attached ADU. So it depends, but if it's owner occupied, then it can be exempt. And then there's different ones for duplexes. If it is not owner occupied, a single family residence or a separately sellable residence like a condominium is not exempt if it's not owner occupied unless a specific statutory notice is provided to the tenant. So there is a prerequisite required that the tenant receives a notice that it is an exempt unit. And there are some other wrinkles to that. It can go into a renewal of the lease, and there are provisions if a tenant rejects that. So it's conditionally exempt in a single-family residence that is not owner-occupied, provided the notice is given. So there's a couple different circumstances.
Okay. Any other questions, Councilmember?
No, thank you.
Okay. Oh, yes. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a follow-up question. So that was a lot of words that are, I mean, we understood it, but I think that I couldn't recite it back to you, now. So I'm wondering, just a quick question about if, assuming that this does pass tonight, where can a landlord or a property owner, who could they contact to find out if their property is exempt or not? And if it is not exempt, to understand this ordinance as it applies to them?
So that would be their lawyer. And I suppose we can work on a public I know at least one council member shook their head at that answer. But we are often in the position of being asked at landlord-tenant commission meetings and over the counter to give legal advice. And we really can't represent landlords and members of the public. However, we can work through this process. Our rules have been changing. First, there's 1482. Then there was council's urgency enactment, which put greater protections in place before SB 567, and SB 567 came into effect, and then we brought back the cleanup ordinance, which is before you this evening. So it's been difficult to put out a uniform message on how the law exactly applies. But that is something I will do my best. I often overcommit the community development director's staff when I promise things, so I will not do that. But we can work together to try to develop some public information, which will change because as Mr. Bax learned and provided testimony earlier this evening, council gave us a list of 5 additional things, one of which is still a small property, AKA mom and pop exemption, and the council was very concerned about providing subcategories. Not every 4-unit building should necessarily be exempt in the council's collective view, that they'd like to see whether if it's owned by a real estate investment trust or corporations, et cetera, whether we could provide some more nuance into that. Also, different categories of single-family homes or properties that are exempt, whether or not there could be an extension of the rights under the Tenants Protection Act to a greater variety of units, and whether renovation evictions could somehow be truncated, maybe not necessarily prohibited, but perhaps even a right to return. So there was a qualified tenants additional month relocation assistance that was proffered by a council member. So we do have a list of things to bring back to the council, which will be yet another step beyond what is before the council this evening. It's clearly not the final chapter. It is the current chapter of the protections that the city council has extended.
Yeah, please.
Thank you for that follow-up. Just briefly, if we make the law and the local ordinance, it's up to us, in my opinion, to educate our community on what that law is.
Are there any other questions, brief comments?
I was going to definitely second that. We need to have something online. Assigning you more work, and Mr. Pascrod, but
you're just asking a question.
I would appreciate that information to be available at least online, because it is definitely confusing.
Or a phone number to call to get help, and not just somewhere that they can go.
We need
assuming it's approved, we'll regroup tomorrow and figure out the best way to make that information available in a variety of different ways.
Mr. McDougall, let me ask you a related question. In the last budgeting process, your office was approved funding for what I'm going to loosely call a housing enforcement position, or a couple positions actually. Theoretically, if a housing provider wanted to contact your office just to make sure, like they wanted to know what requirements they had to meet to avoid any trouble with your office, I'm assuming that they could probably get an answer from somebody on staff.
We would take that phone call.
That sounds like a wonderful idea.
If someone is seeking to comply with our ordinance, we would, in fact, just today, we sent another education letter. The Burbank Tenants Union did a good job of providing us all the relevant materials for us to determine whether a notice was compliant. And we today sent out a compliance letter to help educate, because even this new ordinance isn't yet adopted, but the older provisions are still in effect. So yes, we would be happy to receive those phone calls.
Okay. Anything else, colleagues? Okay, would anyone like to make a motion?
I'll move to approve the consent calendar in its entirety.
I'll second.
Okay, there is a motion and a second. Any other brief question or brief comment of any kind before we vote? I'll simply say, to echo the city attorney's words, this is a conversation that's going to continue in Burbank. To those of you who have ideas about what does make sense in terms of a carve-out, I think I can speak for the council in saying that we do want to hear from you. The vice mayor's handed out her card. I think Councilmember Takahashi and Mullins have made themselves exceptionally available on this issue, and you can set up an appointment with me anytime. And Mr. Kaishan, I'll be looking forward to connecting with you tomorrow. All right, let's call the vote.
Councilmember Anthony,
Abstain on 6, yes on all the others.
Councilmember Mullins,
Yes.
Councilmember Takahashi,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Perez,
Yes.
and Mayor Schultz.
Yes, motion carries 5-0 on all items except for number 6, which carries 4-0-1. Okay. We still have a quorum, so with that, we will move to our 3 reports to City Council this evening. After staff's presentation, the council will proceed with in-person public comment only. Speakers will be allowed to speak on the item at the conclusion of the staff presentation, as long as the speaker has not spoken on the item during the first general public comment period. As always, 1-minute speakers will be called first, followed by our 3-minute speakers. With that, the first report to council this evening is the review of the cost and benefit analysis of potentially implementing construction workforce programs and policies, including prevailing wage, skilled and trained workforce, apprenticeship, and local hire on housing developments in Burbank. At this time, I welcome multiple plural senior planners from the Community Development Department to present our report this evening. And who will be leading us off this evening?
Good evening. May I have the presentation?
And you are?
My name is David Kim, Senior Planner with the Community Development Department.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Schultz, members of the City Council, and to the public. This evening, we're providing an overview of a cost and benefit analysis that was prepared by the city on the topic of construction workforce programs and policies and the potential benefits and impacts when applied to construction of private housing developments. My name is David Kim, Senior Planner with the Community Development Department, and I'm here with my colleague Greg Mirzavakian, Senior Planner. We also have tonight Sherry Okun-Rugnick and Jacob Ritchie of Bay Urban Economics, the city consultant team with the expertise and background in affordable housing and also the workforce programs that help with the preparation of this analysis. Staff is here to provide the council with a report on the findings of the prevailing wage and skilled and trained workforce analysis. Specifically, the potential costs and benefits of applying construction workforce programs and policies to private housing development. This evening, staff is hoping to get feedback from the council on the information presented as we proceed with the future updates to the city's inclusionary housing and density bonus ordinances in response to requirements of the city's adopted housing element programs 10 and 11. The adopted and certified 2021-2029 housing element sets forth 27 housing programs to address the community's identified housing needs and the city's housing goals and objectives. Housing elements 10 and 11 specifically task the city with undertaking an impact and benefits analysis of required construction workforce programs to private housing developments. The goal of the analysis was to have a better understanding of the implications of implementing construction workforce programs and policies to ensure that the city's actions do not create an undue constraint on housing production. As the city continues to make progress in meeting its housing goal of producing 12,000 units by 2035, and also create opportunities for the development of 8,772 units by 2029 as mandated by the Regional Housing Needs Assessment, or RHNA, allocation numbers for the city of Burbank. This task was included as a housing element program in response from labor union organizations that the city consider requirements for construction workforce programs and policies on future development projects. This analysis was to be completed in preparation for future updates to the city's inclusionary housing and density bonus ordinance, which are efforts that the city is currently also undertaking. The following construction programs and policies were researched and analyzed in the report. Prevailing wage is the minimum wage that must be paid to specific construction workers who are trained in a construction craft or trade, such as a carpenter or electrician. These wages are determined by the state and has applied historically to public works projects. Skilled and trained workforce is a workforce that meets certain criteria for work hours and have graduated from a state-approved program and apprenticeship. Skilled and trained workforce is often used by labor unions, and their wages are similar to workers paid at the prevailing wage. Apprenticeship is a labor training program that public works project has required to utilize. They are often concurrently required when prevailing wage is also required. Local hire is a labor policy that encourages the hiring of workers that reside within a certain distance of a project. They are often associated with the hiring of workers in disadvantaged groups. These workforce programs have generally applied to projects which receive public funding. Currently, the city does not have existing regulations that require privately funded housing projects to comply with construction workforce programs or policies, unless there is a proposal subject to a state streamlined ministerial review process, such as Senate Bill 35 or Assembly Bill 2011. One of the first findings identified through the report's literature review and interviews with stakeholders, including labor union representatives, are the potential benefits of workforce programs and policies. These include providing living wages for construction workforce and delivering higher quality projects more efficiently with fewer workplace accidents. Second, there is a cost impact. Construction workforce programs will result in an increased average construction cost that would range between 1.7% and 16.4%, depending on the program or policy. These benefits and impacts can be considered as the city continues to work on future updates to the city's density bonus and inclusionary housing ordinances, with the understanding that such requirements could have an impact on housing production in the city. The next few slides will go over the methodology and the different tasks that we're completing in preparation for this report. As part of the preparation of the analysis and report, which is included as attachment 1 of the staff report, the project team, including city staff and a consultant, completed the following tasks, including surveying cities in California to understand how other cities may have implemented construction workforce programs, conducted an extensive literature review on the topic. We hosted also stakeholder meetings and interviews with not only labor union representatives, but also for-profit and nonprofit developers specifically with experience in housing development. And we also prepared a cost model analysis to understand the cost impacts of these workforce programs and policies on housing production. Through the survey of the other cities, it was found that there were many examples of cities across California that had imposed construction workforce programs on private housing developments. However, some cities do incorporate requirements for construction workforce programs on private housing development projects. And 6 of these cities are identified in the report and on the screen. More information can also be found in Appendix B of the staff report in Attachment 1. So for example, Berkeley's hard hat ordinance, adopted in September of 2023, requires contractors on construction projects of 50,000 square feet or more to comply with an apprenticeship requirement where the contractor either participates in an approved apprenticeship program or contributes to a state apprenticeship training fund along with the requirement to provide adequate healthcare insurance for workers. Another example is the Santa Ana's inclusionary zoning ordinance, adopted in April of 2022. It allows the developers the option to pay an in lieu fee rather than providing a required percentage of affordable units. There's also the San Francisco City Build program, established in 2006. It offers San Francisco residents construction pre-apprenticeship and administration training and facilities for the implementation of local hire programs, such as connecting apprentices with potential employers. City bill encourages but does not mandate local hire for private housing development construction projects. In the literature review, Bay looked at more than 50 relevant academics and industry-specific articles and studies. Bay found that the prevailing wage and skilled and trade workforce programs are usually correlated because prevailing wage typically requires the use of union labor. In addition, the average hard cost increase was found to be 19.5%. Second, apprenticeship programs are linked with other workforce programs, such as prevailing wage and skilled and trained workforce, as the unions usually use apprentices for construction labors. And third, local hire policies could be administered by local jurisdictions or be required by pre-hire contracts or labor unions. Cost implications depend on who administers and monitors the program, whether it is the city or local union. So for the rest of the presentation, I will have my colleague Greg Mirzavian finish the presentation.
Thank you, David. For the presentation's back. Okay, great. Good evening, Greg Mirzavian, Senior Planner. This is about the stakeholder meetings. So for the stakeholder meetings and interviews, the project team hosted a roundtable discussion with union representatives, nonprofit and for-profit developers to discuss perceptions about workforce programs and their impact on the development of housing. Separately, the consultant also conducted follow-up interviews with the same stakeholders. Finally, a community meeting was held on June 24th of this year to present the findings of the analysis to the community. In this roundtable, staff got feedback from both housing developers and union representatives. Housing developers expressed concerns about higher costs, competition for labor, and the pressure on the financial feasibility of housing projects, resulting in lower housing production and higher rents for market rate units. Generally, the developers recommended policies that allow for flexibility in challenging and changing market conditions. The development community may be open to a living wage if competition between union and non-union labor is maintained, partly due to the overall shortage of construction labor force in the state. Union representatives expressed support for mandatory prevailing wage and skilled and trained workforce requirements. The interviewees stressed the importance of community benefits such as high quality, efficiency, and worker safety. In addition, union representatives stated that 15 to 40% local hire requirements are more reasonable than 100% requirement, and they were supportive of setting goals that would maintain flexibility of the contractors while also requiring greater accountability. Our consultant ran cost models to determine the cost impacts of workforce programs and policies on private housing projects. 4 different development prototypes were analyzed, including housing projects with allowable densities of 87 dwelling units an acre, 62 units an acre, 36 units an acre, as well as a project with fewer than 20 housing units. The report identified the average cost differentials associated with each workforce program when compared to a standard project with no workforce program requirement. These cost differentials were applied to all 4 development prototypes to calculate the average construction cost impact, and it was found that in all scenarios, construction costs increased with the application of workforce programs. Prevailing wage and skilled and trained workforce requirements would have the highest impact on the cost of construction at 16.4%, followed by apprenticeship requirements at 14.1%, and the lowest impact on construction costs was from local hire programs, ranging between 1.7% and 2%. It should be noted that prevailing wage and skilled and trained workforce were analyzed together since these 2 programs are almost always implemented concurrently. Apprenticeship programs, which are typically administered as part of a skilled and trained workforce program, usually result in a reduction of project costs due to lower wages paid to apprentices. Staff does want to emphasize that there are existing state housing laws which require workforce programs in exchange for streamlined ministerial approval of housing developments. Examples include state statutes, SB 35 and AB 2011, where certain qualified housing projects could be subject to prevailing wage and workforce training requirements. These are the only type of housing projects that are currently subject to prevailing wage and workforce training requirements for private housing developments in Burbank. According to city records, since 2020, the city received over 30 proposed housing projects, not including ADUs and single-family dwellings, and over 20% of these submittals were SB 35 projects. This means that at least 6 projects submitted to the city would be subject to prevailing wage requirements, and in some cases also skilled and trained workforce and apprenticeship requirements. Here's a summary of the project schedule for the next several months. In August, the project team intends to initiate work on an economic feasibility analysis that will inform future updates to the city's inclusionary housing and density bonus ordinances. This study will provide recommendations on inclusionary housing requirements and update the city's in lieu fees that can be adopted to keep construction feasible. The project team will then complete a draft of the recommended updates to the inclusionary housing and density bonus ordinances. This will be followed by community outreach in the fall of 2024, where there will be opportunities for the public to engage with the city with input on the proposed draft ordinances leading up to the public hearings. The goal is to have the inclusionary housing and density bonus ordinances ready to present to Council by the end of 2024 and the beginning of next year. In conclusion, the purpose of this analysis was to get an objective measure of workforce program costs, to evaluate their impacts on future housing production, and to inform the inclusionary housing ordinance and density bonus update requirements. Additionally, the purpose was to identify the benefits of such programs on the welfare of the community and the local economy, as well as on the quality of construction. While there are clear community benefits, it is clear in the analysis that was prepared that any workforce program requirements considered for integration in future density bonus or inclusionary housing ordinance updates will have an impact on project construction cost, which may in turn impact housing production. However, any future decisions would need to weigh the costs and benefits of adopting a new policy related to workforce programs in order to strike a balance in meeting Burbank's housing production needs and providing benefits to the community. So our recommendation for the council tonight is to note and file this report and to provide city staff with feedback on the findings of the report, specifically on the potential impact of adopting mandatory workforce programs on the production of housing and whether to study the workforce programs as part of the updates to the city's inclusionary housing and density bonus ordinances. Shown on the slide is the contact information for the project planners, and this concludes our presentation for you tonight. And staff and the consultant team are available for any questions. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm going to ask staff and consultant to stand by as we do public comment first. I have 2 public comment cards. Each of you gentlemen will have 3 minutes for your comment. First, I have David Donahue, followed by Josh Christensen.
Good evening, Council. David Donahue, resident and business owner in Burbank. Staff, thank you very much for the presentation. My comments are regarding prevailing wage. The consideration that I would ask the Council to keep in mind, as this is a note and file, is and I was happy to see staff say this, about 19% cost increase. One of the things I do is I'm an affordable housing provider. We provide ADUs, we do factory, we do modular, and all of the when we do and consider a development, we go out to bid and we get them from licensed general contractors we're required to. The quality issue is always of a concern, and who we work with and who we continue to work with, they have to maintain a certain quality. Safety was also brought up in the report. For those of you who don't know, my wife is a workers' compensation attorney, and she defends the employer. So if a construction company had a worker that would be injured, she would be defending the construction company, and the employee would have representation as well. I can tell you that construction workers, from my experience, their injuries can sometimes be severe, and their payouts are the largest, and deservingly so, if they were to really get hurt. So safety, I think, is an important point. I would say that trained general contractors and union members are on par. I have not seen the data, so I'm just going from my own opinion. But I would ask the council to look at that data if they were going to consider that, particularly if it's included in a staff report. So they can say it, but let's see it. Maybe it's the union saying it, but let's see it. And I say that with a lot of regard for the union. My stepfather was a union electrician for his entire career. I have a lot of respect for the work that these people do in very harsh conditions. He worked on the Alaska pipeline. So it is something that's interesting, but I bring it to your attention because anything that a city does to control costs or add costs to them, be very careful about it. We are lucky enough to have some big developers in our community. Jeff Worth being one of them. Another one is Michael Cusimano, and I know that both of those gentlemen are available and could talk to you, and I think it would be great if you did before you do anything. So again, it's a note and file. Just want to make public comment that it's important to be competitive in a very competitive market. Thank you very much, and have a good evening.
Thank you for your comment. Next, my final card so far is Josh Christensen.
Hello, City Council, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and staff. My name is Josh Christensen, representative with the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters. And the city should require projects that be built with contractors that will hire locally, pay prevailing wages, and utilize apprentices from the state certified apprenticeship programs, training programs. A recent report by the LA Times, an audit released in May of 2024, that the California Labor Commission Office found that California currently has a severe backlog of wage theft cases needed to be investigated and resolved. The number of the unresolved cases has more than doubled in the last 5 years. Additionally, workers that request assistance from the Labor Commissioner in recovering these wages only receive in a full amount owed to them 12% of the time. The city adoption of worker protections and prevailing wage policies for workers employed to work on housing prevailing wage policies. Development projects would provide the workforce with added protections against being deprived of their full earnings against being forced to, and seek recourse for the state enforcement system that has proven to be ineffective. Local workforce requirements reduce construction-related environmental impacts while benefiting the local economy and workforce development. In a recent 2020 report, Putting California on the High Road, a Jobs and Climate Action Plan for 2030, the California Workforce Development Board concluded that investment in growing, diversifying, and upskilling California's workforce can positively affect returns on climate mitigation. South Coast Quality Management District, Air Quality Management District recently found that local higher requirements can result in air pollution reductions. Recently, the state of California reiterated its commitment towards encouraging workforce development and housing affordability through the Affordable Housing High Roads Jobs Act of 2022, otherwise known as AB 2011, which requires projects to pay workers prevailing wage and hire from state certified apprenticeship programs for projects meeting certain sidings, affordability, and development standards. I was looking at the numbers, was able to work with the research team, and the number is looking pretty high. I wonder if they went off of a question for them is if they go off the commercial rate, prevailing wage rate, this would fall under a residential prevailing wage rate. So that would probably need to get redone to make sure that that's an accurate
That's your
number.
time.
I appreciate your
Thank
time.
you for your comment. I do have one more card that came in. George Giro, whenever you're ready.
Good evening, Council. I also have a little bit of a voice at not full capacity, so I just wanted to say that, you know, you have a great staff here, and Fred, Daniel, Patrick, everybody is doing just a great job, and they're trying to say very nicely that they don't recommend increasing construction costs, and there's a good reason for that. You know, of course we want people to be paid well. That's obviously a concern. We want there to be protections for workers. We do respect our workers very much. But, you know, somebody's going to be building these houses, whether they're paid the prevailing wage or whether they're paid the market wage. They're going to be, they're expected to build these houses, and we're expected to add thousands of units to the market. And now this proposal, the report is saying that that's going to cost an extra 20% if you impose a skilled and trained workforce requirement. And some of those projects are not going to pencil out anymore. And look at the environment and the backdrop. Interest rates are high, construction costs are high, there's supply chain shortages, labor costs are high, and I don't think it's a good idea at this time to increase the costs of construction. Even something like a local hire requirement, it looks like it would only raise the costs by 2% according to the report, but you have to keep in mind that that's going to cause significant delays. And also, you know, people deserve a work, whether they're skilled and trained or whether they're from out of town, as long as, you know, who are we to say that one person deserves the job and the other person doesn't? So just a thought. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Hope your voice comes back faster than mine. All right. Last call for cards. Okay. No further cards. That completes public comment on this report item. Colleagues, why don't we begin with questions first, and then we'll go into deliberation. Does anyone have a question for staff? Yes.
Staff, I just wanted to point out, one of the commenters did mention the commercial rate versus residential rate. Do we know which one was used to calculate, and is it nominal? Like, what is the difference there? Do we know offhand, or is it something we would have to bring back? Oh,
I think our esteemed consultant might be able to answer that question.
Hi, Honorable Mayor and Council, thank you. My name's Sherry Oken-Rudnack. I'm a principal with BAE Urban Economics. We completed the report. Those cost differentials came off of a literature review of the cost of including prevailing wage and skilled and trained workforce, specifically on residential units. And as much as possible, as recently as possible, and within California, in order to keep it relevant. There's a bibliography in the report as well. With that information, happy to have you take a look at that. Thank you.
Thank you for your answer. Councilmember Anthony, any other questions at this time? Councilmember Mullins.
Thank you. On the same question, in regards to, I'm looking at slide number 9, where it does say 19.5% increase. But if you can help me understand, also on slide 13, prevailing wage or STW cost impact is 16.4. Can you explain the difference between 16.4? Because I've seen that throughout the report, so I need the exact number.
Sure. So applying these workforce requirements have a direct impact on construction hard costs. So that is the labor and material that go into physically building the building, sometimes referred to as sticks and bricks. There are non-physical costs of construction with architecture, engineering, legal fees, permitting. We call those soft costs. Those aren't necessarily going to be impacted by the skilled and trained workforce requirements. And so it would be 19.5% on the hard cost component. And then when you add in the soft costs for the total construction costs, it gets diluted, if you will, down to 16.4.
So the overall cost for hiring or paying prevailing wage is 16.4%. If you kind of add the two or average the two together.
Yeah, it would be additive. So it would
okay.
be, it's the lawyers are already going to make more than that, as are the architects. So they won't be impacted. It would be just the labor, but you're not going to get your building built without the architects, and in California, particularly without the lawyers. So.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Mayor, I have a couple of other questions. I know we don't have requirement for prevailing wage, but I'm just curious, have our current projects, so you said that we have about 30 projects that are pending. I know some of them are SB 35. Have any of our development that is going on right now or has taken place, let's say in the last 3-4 years, have they actually paid prevailing wage on their own as a developer?
Thank you for the question, Council Member. So to my knowledge, we've had 2 SB 35 projects that actually have initiated construction. And yes, SB 35 projects do have prevailing wage requirements. Some, depending on the trigger, how many units, they do have also skilled and trained workforce and apprenticeship requirements. So for a fact, we know that those 2 are subject to the requirements. As far as other bigger projects we've had approved and that went through the plan check process and have initiated construction, some of those have had private labor agreements with unions, and those are private agreements, so we don't have the details on those.
So the city would not be aware if the private agreement did actually have prevailing wage.
Let me say succinctly, each of our developers that came out with a plan development agreement had labor groups show up in chambers and indicated to council they had project site labor agreements. So Avion, which is the 60 acres east of the airport between Hollywood Way and the airport. I'm not sure which trades. They didn't all necessarily have the same trades. The 777 Front Street project, which is currently under construction by Laterra, I believe also had labor agreements. I believe Tim Buhunen's project, which is First Street Village. The second phase is currently being built out now. I believe also Michael Cusimano on the Teleria project. The airport, of course, $1.2 billion plus federally funded project. But yes, I mean, each of the developers have indicated here, because payment of prevailing wage was an issue to the public, they came with support, and at least that's what they indicated. We didn't require it, so those agreements were not submitted to us, but we also didn't hear that there was any concern or failure to honor that commitment.
Thank you, but I think it's a really good piece of information for myself as a council member to know that at least our developers who invest in the city of Burbank are actually treating our labor group with that respect of allowing them to work on their projects and pay the prevailing wage. I mean, we didn't need to have a policy to be put together, that they did it on their own. And I think that's a good piece of information for myself and maybe members of the public to hear that. I have other questions, but I'll wait for everybody else to weigh in.
Are you sure you can?
I'll hear
Okay.
so I'm not taking over the floor
All right.
here.
All right. Yes, Councilmember Anthony.
One quick question. This came from an email I received. With regards to prevailing wage and workforce agreements and all this stuff, is the city allowed to ban cash payments to workers? Is that a thing that we can do? Have you seen that before?
We do not.
We do not what? Have the ability to do that?
Well, we don't do it. We have never looked into that.
Okay.
So it sounds like if the council member wanted to give feedback and that's information he wanted, the appropriate time would be now to give that feedback to staff and consultant. Was that correct,
Yeah,
Mr.
it's
McDougall?
something that could be looked into.
All right, I'll wait for deliberation. I
But-
just wanted
so,
to know.
So what's the purpose of that?
One of the speakers earlier had mentioned there's a concern for wage theft, and I had received an email back saying, and this was completely unrelated to this, it's that in California a lot of wage theft happens because of cash underpayments, and so I'm just wondering, off the top of my head, from that comment to the email I received to possibly mandating it. So that was just a
Well,
open
so
question.
we'd want to be able to demonstrate some cause and effect relationship because here you've got the city inserting itself
Right.
into private contractual relationships that it is normally not in the middle of.
Right, that's why, yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, there's a bigger question about whether we can actually ensure that that doesn't happen
Right.
or whether there's even a higher correlation of that as well.
Right, and then enforcement and all that stuff. Okay,
Yeah.
that was just my question. Thank you.
Councilmember Takahashi.
Thank you. I actually had that same question you had, Councilmember Mullins, so thank you for asking it about the current projects that we have in the city. So thanks. So a follow-up question about SB 35 and the requirements that already has. Do you have information on what those requirements are, that SB 35? Is there like a project size requirement that goes into effect, and is it a 100% requirement for prevailing wage, et cetera?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember. Yes, we do have that information available right now. So SB 35, it's contained in Government Code Section 65914.3, and that section of the code has been amended, to my knowledge, at least a couple of times over the last few years. So the requirement has actually changed. Previously, there was a requirement that was based on, pardon me, one moment. It was a threshold of 25 or more units. So if you had 25 or more units that are not 100% subsidized affordable housing, the project proponent must certify that skilled and trained workforce would be used. So to my knowledge, the projects that were approved during that window would be subject to this requirement. However, the requirement has changed with the adoption of SB 423.
Okay.
And that added a whole bunch of complexity to the workforce requirements. So one of those being that now with 50 or more units, the employer must employ craft employees or let subcontractors participate in 1,000 hours of apprenticeship programs. In addition, they must cover health insurance costs for those craft employees.
Yeah.
And finally, another trigger that's in the state law is for projects of over 85 feet, they're only allowed to use skilled and trained workforce, whether, as long as it's 85 feet or taller.
So all of our local SB 35 projects are required to do this, but because they're SB 35, it's not a local ordinance, but the SB 35 that's requiring it.
I wouldn't be able to give you the breakdown exactly of which of these requirements at this time, but one version of these requirements.
One version, okay. Yeah, okay.
Councilmember?
Yeah.
Sorry, if I might, just on that point, because you brought up a good point. The thing to keep in mind, correct me if I'm wrong, about Senate Bill 35 or 423 or AB 2011, is that the developer is choosing to utilize that provision in state law, as far as I see it, because even the cost of skilled and trained labor, it pays for itself when you're going through a streamlined ministerial review process and you don't have to have nearly as many public hearings. So I'm just saying there's an opportunity cost that the developer is making that I'll pay that because it still pencils out for me.
Right.
Right?
Yeah, and clearly, that has been the preferred, because we haven't had any plan development agreements. Instead, we've had a healthy share of SB 35 projects. To my knowledge, no applications for AB 2011 yet. And all of them, at the time they applied at least, had that requirement.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so my follow-up question, and I guess for staff in general, is that if council were to give direction for when inclusionary housing density bonus comes back to us, to look at SB 35 and what that already requires as a consideration to make it both simpler and also, just as an example, could that be possible to put that in that report when it comes back as for consideration to be in alignment?
Councilmember, thank you for that question. Your comments we'll take into consideration, just as a reminder that the analysis before you is very specifically on the cost implications of potentially applying workforce programs, construction workforce program on housing development projects. But this information the council considers and your comments for this report will be used and considered in our economic feasibility analysis, which looks more into a broader analysis of other factors that we'll consider related to the housing development, like the market factors, also affordability, and that information will come before council. And so any comment and feedback that you provide us will consider.
Great, thank you.
And council member, if I can add, mayor, if I can add, Daniel Villa, Community Development Department, just want to add to that. So as the mayor you mentioned, one of the things that we heard from developers was there's a reason we're doing SB 35 projects. There's a reason we're willing to pay prevailing wage, and that's because of the incentives that come with it, right? So as part of what I would call the second step of this process, which is potentially with council direction, considering this in our inclusionary housing ordinance, as part of that process, we're going to look at that. We're going to look at what does it look like to actually account for these cost increases in housing developments, like in actual projects? Like, what does it look like to factor that in with affordability requirements? Because it costs to build affordable housing, right? So when you factor in the cost of affordable housing, when you factor in the cost of prevailing wage, the cost of development impact fees, the cost of other things as well, like what does that look like? Is it feasible? Does it hinder housing production? Beyond that, what if you, in some scenarios, maybe decrease affordability? Does that allow for prevailing wage? What if you decrease prevailing wage requirements to accommodate for something else? But as part of that exercise, another thing we're going to do is look at what types of incentives we could look at. I like your idea, looking at the incentives of potentially streamlining projects, such as what's in SB 35, looking at other incentives maybe in AB 2011, along with other incentives, maybe in density bonus law. Like, there's reasons developers do certain things, and we have to, in working with our consultants, identify what makes the most sense to be able to achieve not only our housing production numbers, but also city council goals. I just wanted to add that piece.
Yeah. Thank you. That covered my question. I really appreciate it. I have a couple more questions that are not related to SB 35. Okay. On page 8, you mentioned 3 other cities that had local policies. Do you have any data on how effective those local policies have been, or what kind of impact they've had? Do we have any information on that?
So I had a personal conversation with the city attorney of Hayward at a conference, and he said their 30,000 square footage threshold on prevailing wage requirements was stopping a much needed 300 unit housing project. And
So, I'm sorry, could you repeat that? A 35, what was it again?
The city of Hayward has a simple 30,000 square foot of development and above requires prevailing wages. It's in their development review regulations.
Okay.
And at that time, that requirement was an impediment to a 300 plus unit affordable housing project, and they were trying to find a way to exempt the project because it was actually stopping the development of housing. That was anecdotal, but we had already received correspondence from the Carpenters Union highlighting this as an important policy consideration, and Hayward was one of 2 cities that were getting more attention for their provisions. And so it was problematic for affordable housing in that context. So that's
Mr. Sorry, if I might, this is fascinating. really appreciating the line of questioning. Mr. McDougall, so with regards to your conversation with the city attorney in Hayward, I don't know if you'll know the answer, but Mr. Villa referenced this. There's a lot of drivers of cost of housing construction. Development impact fees are also a substantial cost of construction. I'm wondering, did the city of Hayward look at offsetting the added cost, the labor cost, by perhaps looking at development impact fee relief? Do you know? And if not, that seems like something that we should be studying. If we're going to add cost, I'm sure there's ways to offset it, and development impact fee relief, to me, certainly seems like one option, not the only option.
So the problem with development impact fee relief is the rule of nexus and proportionality. So we can't subsidize the development impacts of one development with the fees of another. So if you look at relief, that basically creates a hole that the city has to pay for. And so the city ends up subsidizing that project, which is very difficult with enterprise-funded utilities. We have many of them. There's a no subsidy rule. And we're actually, I think, in the process, as you're all very familiar with each time you adopt those fee schedules, in the process of increasing our fees to make sure that we're able to construct the infrastructure needed for our aggressive housing targets.
I appreciate that, but do you know what Hayward did? Do you know if they looked at offsets? Because it doesn't sound like you necessarily know that answer, what Hayward did.
I don't know what they did. All I know is that specific provision had become an impediment. That was the impediment that the city attorney mentioned.
Thank you, Ms. McDougall. I'm going to give the floor back to Councilmember Takahashi, unless she wants to cede it to anyone else.
Thank you.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
I just wanted to follow up on that. I think you touched on this earlier, and I think it's an important question for our consultants. Obviously, there are increased costs to this. There are also benefits that are not tangible per se that we would see, like our buildings not crumbling. Shout out to Florida. So in that vein, I'm sure we are not the first city, as we have a list here, to grapple with this question. Do you have examples of what the other cities on this list have done to offset those costs, to offer those incentives? Are there any in particular that you looked at that might be similar to Burbank?
Welcome, and you are?
Hello, I'm Jacob Ritchie from BAE Urban Economics. Thanks for having me, Council. So, yeah, there are a variety of policies that have been implemented rather recently by various cities. Santa Ana, for example, as was mentioned, has, as a provision of their inclusionary zoning ordinance, a requirement that will slowly be implemented, but it's part of their in lieu fee. And so it's not a mandatory requirement, and it's not, no project has been put through that process yet. And so that's a big part of these policies too, is that in these cities, not many projects have actually gone through the process. And even in a city like Pasadena, which has a voluntary policy that's been put in place for many years, virtually no development has gone through that process. The most successful program has been probably San Francisco, and that's a voluntary program, and the city has resources to actually, go to all of to voluntarily create these agreements with developers and have staff to actually pursue that.
I think one thing to add, particularly thinking about Santa Ana, where it's part of their inclusionary program, is that it is triggered when a developer chooses to pay an in lieu fee rather than deliver the units. And developers often choose in lieu fees because they're much less expensive than building the units. And so that would necessarily be the incentive, or the offset would be, rather than actually having to pay hundreds of thousands per unit to build the unit, you would be paying much less per unit, but you would, incur higher labor costs. Again, a lot of these policies are very, very new and untested.
Mr. Ramirez, come on down. Welcome.
Good evening. Fred Ramirez, Assistant Director in Planning. Just to piggyback on the question that Councilmember Takahashi had, and I think it's one of interest, is The report had a section that talked about findings and looked at different ways to incentivize potential situations where you could look at the benefits of some of these programs as well as trying to balance that with housing production. When it comes to the inclusionary housing requirements and the in lieu fee, I think, unless I've misread the council collective over the last 8 years, is you want to see housing production. We can capture a lot of funds through in lieu fee. However, unfortunately, someone has to take that money and then actually build units. So I think when you look at the case of Santa Ana, they're using it as an in lieu fee and then attaching kind of the ability to have some of these workforce programs. What was interesting is my colleague here, Mr. Mirzavakian and Mr. Kim, noted that in like SB 35, AB 2011, there are certain threshold requirements under which certain prevailing wage can be applied, certain programs. The one that is of interest is looking at areas where the city maybe grants greater intensity or density through different programs. Like we have in our general plan a 25% density bonus increase for TOD, one for exceptional projects, and then looking at projects that are not mid-rise projects but high-rise projects where in reality you're pretty much working with iron workers, concretes, and it's pretty much predominantly union labor. So that is an example where the state has shown an area where it's almost a fait accompli that you are going to be working with skilled and trained workforce. So those are areas where we can look into and look at it through the inclusionary regulations. My colleagues mentioned a feasibility analysis that has to be undertaken. There's certain requirements for it depending on the level of affordability that you may want to consider, as well as what potential community benefits that could be looked at. So I think the feedback that you're providing, while this report is really just to get feedback and not to make a final decision, depending on the feedback that you provide, we'll include that information in the feasibility study. The feasibility study, the disclaimer is it's a point-in-time analysis. So where market conditions may have been very favorable when we had a lot of planned developments that were coming through, what you're seeing with the market currently is that it is tightening up because interest rates are higher. There are a lot of factors associated with the availability of labor, the construction costs for materials, and other uncertainties that are occurring right now. So what we're hoping for is as we go through this process, we can factor in some of these components to the feasibility study and then have a more fruitful discussion. I will note, I think in the report, we mentioned that the labor unions commented at the community meeting that they have data available that would show kind of additional benefits for the projects. We did reach out and we did ask for that information. We have yet to receive it. However, there's still opportunity to get that information from them. And we're hoping that this is more of a dialogue and an ongoing kind of collaboration with the labor unions to find where there is maybe a sweet spot where there is a benefit for them to make some inroads and address the issues with living wage, while at the same time still facilitating one of the most important things, which is the production of housing. Because we have a housing program, set of housing programs and requirements to have 8,772 units built by October of 2029, and we have to find a way to do that. So wherever we can strike that balance, difficult as it may be, we're going to hope to be able to continue that collaboration.
Okay. Floor is still yours, Councilmember Takahashi.
Thank you. Just one more question. And I know we're not in comments yet, but I just wanted to point it out since he just mentioned it that I like that idea of pairing incentivizing with the prevailing wage to get as close as possible to a win-win. My last question is if this were to, any of these three or maybe a combination of these were to be adopted potentially, would it have any effect on our next RENA cycle, which I think is the 7th RENA cycle, right? Would it have any effect on our 7th RENA cycle process or any negative or positive or any impact at all on our housing element and their next submission for housing element?
Mayor, once again, Fred Ramirez, Assistant Director in Planning. I'm going to use the term used by our city attorney. It depends. There are several factors at play. At this juncture, it'd be speculative to say that there's one definitive way to determine the impacts to housing production in the current or the future housing cycles. The housing element includes and it's based on some of the feedback we'll get tonight, things that we're going to have to be looking at and look at as inputs into this feasibility analysis that we're going to be bringing forth. But I think some of the members of the public have mentioned, with all the benefits associated with certain programs, as far as the quality of the product, the safety, we're also trying to balance the fact that if my math is still good, 0 times nothing, something times 0 is still nothing. And so if we don't get any housing unit built, then nobody benefits from it. So the things that we're going to be looking at through the feasibility study will include things like land value costs, which change over time, the cost of construction and labor, interest rates, as well as other things that through this feedback we need to look at and see how they apply. The feasibility study is important because one of the things that the state has tasked us with is any sort of policy that comes forth under the guise of implementing the housing element is fair game for review by the state, because they want to determine whether we're creating an impediment to housing production. So I think the HCD people, the staff of the Housing and Community Development, would say, if you can produce housing units and at the same time thread the needle and provide benefits to labor, it's a win-win for everybody. But those are the kind of things that we'll analyze with your feedback and then ultimately vet it in a public setting where we have the ability to have input for the public with density bonus and inclusionary. This all sets the table for the long-awaited specific plans, which is the next step. But this will really help us to be able to just touch base. I'd hate to leave the meeting and say, did council give us, were there things that the council wanted us to look at as we move forward? And we'd be remiss if we miss something and then we do a full analysis and then we're like, oh, the numbers didn't address this issue that we should have flagged at this juncture. So just wanted to kind of throw that in there as well.
Thank you. And Mr. Ramirez, I'll just mention that Mr. Christensen and Mr. Lafargue are both here, and I am sure that they would be happy to connect with you offline and provide that data that you've been looking for. I know for a fact they have it. Maybe not on their person, but I'm sure they can help make that happen. Right, guys? Okay. Who'd like to go next? Councilmember Mullins.
I have a question in regards to SB 35. Is there, for the project, is there a specific unit numbers that triggers the prevailing wage, or automatically, as long as it is an SB 35 project, even if it's 8, 10, 20 units, it automatically kicks in the prevailing wage?
Councilmember, yes, there's actually a 10-unit project requirement for SB 35. So anything under 10 units is not subject to prevailing wage requirements at all.
Okay, thank you. And I think, and again, we're going to talk about this later, but I'm looking at if we do come up with, we need some feedback, we need you to come back, I think we need to take a look at what is that number for us would be. Is it similar to SB 35 at 10? Does that make sense for our projects? How many projects that we have 10 or lower or higher than 10, and we need to find that specific number, look at what other cities, the cities that you provided with, what is that trigger number that goes into prevailing wage? I think it's important to know we were dealing with bigger projects or something less than 40, 50 units. The other question I have, I noticed in here, I was doing some research on this, and the city of San Diego, they have something called the Transparency Ordinance. Was this something you guys looked into, or you're familiar with it?
I don't believe so.
And council member, we did not look into it, but we could look into it just to get a better understanding of it as we continue work on the inclusionary housing ordinance.
Okay, I appreciate it, because I noted it also, I can't tell you that I understood every word that I read, because it is somewhat complicated, but I think it might also be an added option to look at with these 6 cities to see what is that about, and if there's something that maybe we can incorporate into what we'd be looking for. Thank you.
Any other questions from, yes, Vice Mayor?
Great. My colleagues asked a lot of my questions, especially one of my colleagues. Great minds think alike. But I wanted to echo what Councilmember Mullen said. I too am interested in why we didn't include San Diego, and I'd love to see a little bit more information on that in our next step. My only other question to you all was going to be, when it comes to these cities that we're considering, and you may not have the answer, I may be asking something that is not answerable, but do we not have data on how it has gone, and have people not used their ordinances because they're using SB 35 projects? Is that what's happening?
Councilmember, I have just on one of the cities that was on the screen, I have some data that might be of interest to you. So the city of LA has measured JJJ, which I will describe to you right now. So this was something that was passed in 2016, and this requires that project of 10 or more units that receive a general plan amendment must also utilize local hire policies and provide prevailing wages and apprenticeship programs to workers. So this program has been successful. There have been the data in the report states that up to 21% of the total units in 2018 was then using this program, which is significant. On the other programs mentioned, the Pasadena First Source Housing Program, it does have, so that one is a requirement that requires public works projects to prioritize the hiring of residents and incentivizes developers to hire Pasadena residents. So only one housing project has successfully complied and received a rebate that's a part of that program, if implemented. So there's been various degrees of success with the various programs studied. If you have any specific cities that you would like us to look at, we're happy to do so.
And Councilmember, I can add, one of the things that to note too is that many of these programs are more recent. For example, Santa Ana, I believe, was passed in, was it 2023, 2022? Others are within the 2020s as well. So in looking through the information, because a lot of them were more recent, in many cases they haven't seen housing development go through the process as of now. And we looked at the RENA numbers to see how other cities, whether there's been trends in lack of housing over the past like 5 years, but we also had to account for COVID and interest rates, and all of that kind of skewed the data. So it was very difficult for us to show you that, to say, oh, they adopted these ordinances on this date, and therefore housing has gone down, and because of that, there's a correlation. It was difficult to make that kind of a correlation. And speaking to the other cities in interviews, again, a lot of them are still trying to implement these, and because of that, it was very difficult for us to create or establish some sort of correlation. I hope that helps.
No, that's really helpful, and I appreciate that, because I think we have had the opportunity to see the effects of SB 35, of, a lot of the state housing policy in our community and beyond. But we do have to remember there are things like COVID, there were things like higher costs of materials that are over encompassing what we are trying to see locally. And I think we have to think about those things before we think about whether or not these programs are working.
Thank you. Councilmember Anthony.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. SB 35 and AB 2011, any developer can take advantage of those laws, provided that they follow the guidelines and meet all the requirements, and the cities that they apply to have to approve them if they are deemed to be meeting those requirements. But correct me if I'm wrong, I think both of those laws don't apply to cities that have met their RENA numbers. Is that right? Or have met their housing production? Is that correct? Or no? Or does it apply all the time?
That's certainly the case with SB 35, now SB 423. If you don't build your housing, you fall under the purview of the state. Burbank's a case study.
And Councilmember, you are correct. I don't remember the exact thresholds. However, yes, if you are below a certain percentage of housing production, you are subject to some of these state requirements. Burbank is subject to, in essence, SB 35, which is why you've seen SB 35 projects. I see Mr. Ramirez up looking at me. Yeah, I'll defer to him.
Welcome back. I missed you, Mr. Ramirez.
I'm getting my steps in, so I appreciate that.
I'm just trying to help you.
I appreciate it. Fred Ramirez, Assistant Director in Planning. You're correct that when we brought SB 35 and 423 as kind of an update, one of the triggers was when cities don't submit their annual reports in a timely fashion. And secondly, it's meeting their production numbers for the different levels of affordability. So initially it was a start, and I believe the number was if you weren't making 50% of your above market. But now that requirement, I think, pushes up, and in mid-year, in 2025, when we report back to the state, we need to show where we're at in our production numbers. So if you were to meet a certain number of percentage across the board, once you hit a certain threshold, I don't know what the number is, but then at that point you could say, okay, we've met our obligation. We're no longer under the thumb of SB 35. That's not the case. Our production numbers are nowhere near.
Sure.
If we were making half of 8,772, I think we'd be having a different conversation right now. But it is something that we have to report back to the state annually, but in particular at mid-year, which is 2025, and that's going to have
Mid-cycle.
Mid-cycle of a 8-year planning cycle from 2021 to 2029, where we'll have to report back and see. But I think it's anticipated that we will still be under the requirements of SB 35 and, of course, AB 2011.
Does 2011 have that same trigger as well with the RENA requirements? Or no?
I'll have to go back and look. We did, as you recall, we did adopt development standards specifically to address statutorily required streamlined projects, including AB 2011. So we have it on the books. We're ready if we get a proposal. But there are a lot of nuanced provisions for AB 2011 related to what corridors projects are being presented on, certain minimum requirements that they have to meet, and then certain levels of density and intensity that they're granted through that process.
And just real quick, SB 35 was basically any housing project with affordable housing requirement, but AB 2011 is more about transit corridors and where they lie. Is that right?
It's there are more limitations on AB 2011 related to what corridors and the size of roadway right-of-ways that are applicable. That restriction is not, SB 35 and 423 basically say if a property has zoning or land use designation that allows for development of residential, we have to evaluate it.
Okay, so SB 2011 is, AB 2011 is much more narrow focused. But
narrow in, but it opens up the corridors.
Sure.
It focuses on the corridors.
So here's my question. The real question I'm trying to get to. Do we know any cities that don't need to follow SB 35?
I think there's a handful of cities
I think
that
Glendale's one of those cities.
Yeah, that met their requirements, yeah.
Okay.
Because of all that development in their downtown, I believe they did that before their mid-cycle.
I see. Okay. So they aren't getting any SB 35 projects?
Well, they wouldn't be under the requirements of SB 35.
Okay. And, all right. Okay. Good to know.
Great. Any other questions? Mr. Ramirez, you want to come back up? I just wanted to let you get your steps there a little bit.
Appreciate it.
All right, so this is a question for all of staff and consultants. Now, one of the concerns that has been raised is if we were to put in place a program like this, how is HCD going to look at it? And in case they're watching back the tape tomorrow, and I'm sure they will be, let me be clear, we want to meet our housing production goal. We want to build housing. That is very much the intent of this council member, and I'm gathering that's the intent of the council as a body. Now, let me ask you this. Santa Ana is a relatively new program. Pasadena, I believe, are relatively new programs. Presumably, they would have been reviewed by HCD.
So it's a little different in our situation because we bundled this analysis, as you recall, under housing programs 10 and 11 and our housing element. So we've specifically noted, and it was reviewed by HCD, that we would look at prevailing wage within the context of those two regulations. I'm not too sure in the sense of the local hire requirements in Pasadena, how long they've been in place and under what requirements, but we know under our most recent certified housing element that we have to look at implementation of the programs with that specific proviso of if you do implement, like let's say increased percentages of affordability in the inclusionary housing requirement, there are triggers if we go over 15% that HCD automatically looks at our feasibility study. But in other instances, if the data comes back and says it's not feasible, but the city decides to move forward to implement it, let's say for whatever reason, and there's language, someone could in essence challenge that, and HCD would be reviewing it.
Okay, appreciate the explanation. I don't know if this goes for you. Well, you stay up here. It's all right.
Okay.
We're having fun.
Okay.
City of Los Angeles. There was some discussion about Measure JJJ. I drive through LA almost every day, and there sure seems to be a lot of housing going up. Anybody have any numbers on how they're doing with their housing production?
I think our consultant's going to come up and
I'm
give it
just
a go.
curious how they're making progress on their RENA goal.
This isn't in regards to the RENA figures directly, but it's important to note that the JJJ production has slowed down because of the turn towards the transit-oriented communities program and the density bonus program. So actually, even though the JJJ production was, quite hefty in 2017, 2018, it slowed down to almost zero these days. So that's
okay.
just,
Okay.
one comment.
Thanks for the information. And then I guess the last question I have is really more of a procedural one for staff. I want to make sure I'm understanding the answer to this question so we can guide the deliberation of council. So it would seem to me that what you're looking for tonight is really, very high-level policy direction from the council of whether, with the data that we've been given, the potential increases in construction costs that are forecasted in this analysis, whether the council wants to pursue incorporating these requirements as a matter of policy, and then whether to look further at how we could offset those costs. Am I accurately summarizing what you're hoping to see from us, Mr. Ramirez?
Yes, that's we're hoping to get your feedback on all the workforce program and the analysis presented to you tonight, in addition to other information that's been provided that we should look into so that we can factor all that contextual information and feed it into another consultant that's working on our economic feasibility study for the inclusionary housing regulations.
Okay. All right. I think I get it. Any other questions that prompted? No, let's go to deliberation. Anyone want to start us off? Yeah, Councilmember Anthony. Oh, if you're going to do a thumb
I'll start us off tonight. Great. Thank you so much for the information, answering our questions. And for following up with the housing element requirement. Overall, I think of course we want to give as much win-win scenarios as possible, and in the context, it's important, I think, to remember to avoid any negative impact on our RENA numbers and our housing element, to avoid any potential going into builder's remedy and making sure we can still build our affordable housing. So those are concerns for me, that while we're doing our best to get prevailing wage, that we also look at our housing element. I also really like SB 30, the idea of looking at SB 35 and how that works and how we can integrate something similar with incentives locally. And looking at unit minimums as a gauge for when it goes into effect. But overall, I think that this is taking this forward into the next step of the process is a good idea. So I support it.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Anthony.
I'd actually like to echo some of my colleagues' sentiments here. If we move forward with this, no developer is going to take advantage of this unless it's actually a better deal than SB 35 or 2011. As we see with a number of other cities, and we've seen even with Measure JJJ, the state has created these really great streamlined ministerial and density bonus and parking minimum lifts that allow developers to pencil out really great projects while providing prevailing wage and all the other benefits. So whatever we can do to look at what the state has offered us in terms of housing production and creating and crafting that kind of ordinance. But if we really want them to take advantage of it, I would even go so far as to say, let's see if we can make it pencil even better. Separate from that, Separate from that, I'm in favor of putting something like this on the books for the day when we meet our RENA numbers. Because once we hit that number, we're not going to get any more SB 35 projects. And at that point, we need to be able to stand firm as a council and say, well, okay, we're not under state mandate anymore, but we like the way that production has come out. It saves staff time when we have streamlined ministerial review. It pencils out better density and more affordable housing inclusion when we look at those processes and when we implement them. So we may move forward with this, and we may not get a single project for a few years. But as soon as those RENA numbers are hit, suddenly we've got this to fall back on. And I'd be in favor of that.
Thank you. Who would like to go next? Councilmember Mullins, you're grabbing for that mic.
Yes, I am.
I knew it. I just called on you.
Yeah, thank you for both of my colleagues and what they mentioned. And I am too, very concerned about meeting on numbers. I don't want this to be a way to have developers go backward and saying we can't develop, we can't afford it. I want this to be a win-win project or a program or something that we can look at that would be beneficial for both sides. And as I always say, Burbank is very unique. And we don't have to do exactly what other cities are doing, but I want to take the best of other cities and look at what we're doing already, because I was very pleased to hear our developers are already using prevailing wage. They're using the unions as they should. So they're doing that on their own. So that makes us more unique than other cities. So I want to take that, what they're doing, and expand on that already and find out what other options do we have that we can work directly with our unions and with the developers to make this a policy that really does not hinder our housing supplies, that we continue building in Burbank. The other concern that I have, and in regards to the SB 35 that we have been talking about, and you all know that we have our community, they come out and they complain, we don't want this project to be in our neighborhood, but we say we can't help it, it's SB 35, our hands are tied. I don't want to drive some of the developers in saying, well, might as well, since we're going to pay the prevailing wage, I'm going to turn this project in SB 35, and we lose control over what that project could have looked like. So that's kind of a concern for me, because on one hand, we're saying we don't have any choice. This is what the state gave us, SB 35, and we have to comply with it. But on the other hand, we're telling our developers that we're going to have all these we're going to have all these fees added to you, so might as well, they say, well, I'm going to go with the SB 35. So the city does not require them to have additional requirements like parking, like, planting trees or everything else that we have control of. So I want to handle this a little delicate, because I don't want to be the more even incentive for them to go to SB 35. So I am in favor of looking at what other cities have done, and also go back and have that conversation with the unions, with our developers. Both sides know best. And I know, I can't remember who said it earlier, Fred said it earlier, zero projects really equals zero employment. And we don't want that, because I know the unions want to continue to employ their members. And I want to make sure that we have continue our projects. So let's just look at the best way, whether we get them back at the table, the stakeholders to talk about what's the best for Burbank. And I'm sure on both sides, they've done it before, they can do it again. After you gather the information, before you come to council, I'd like to, to know that they're actually sat down together and they discussed it. So I'm in favor of looking at those cities, other cities that were not mentioned in the report, and come to us with kind of a check mark of what each city's doing, and then recommendation to what maybe look good for Burbank as we stand today. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, would you like to go?
So first, a couple things. Definitely agree. I would like to see San Diego specifically looked at. I also echo the sentiments of my colleague who mentioned looking at SB 35. Clearly, there's incentives to be found. The other piece I will mention is, obviously, I'm in favor of moving forward looking at an ordinance for this. But I will say, I know we've all talked about the cost. Well, of course, it's more expensive to pay a living wage. And of course, it's more expensive to hire union workforce. But the most expensive thing is to have structural issues with your projects. It's to have projects that drag on because they are not constructed safely. And God forbid, an emergency or natural disaster strike, then we have a real issue. And I know there's data showing that these things happen. And I know that a lot of our unions that are in the room and our developers who were in that roundtable can agree. And that's why a lot of our major developers that we have in the city use union skilled workforce. And I think that's really important. Now let's talk with them about how to create a plan that both incentivizes them to build and also gets us skilled labor hired. I think that's feasible. Other cities have done it, and we need to do it too. And the only other thing I will say is, I know we talked a little bit, and thank you, I think it was Fred who brought this up, about the in lieu fees. I do agree with that. I don't want to see something that folks can use where they'll pay a fee and now we suddenly have less housing production. I know there's workarounds. Again, let's look at San Diego. And yeah, I think that's basically where I'm at. And based on the examples that we've seen, based on the importance to have our housing developments happen faster, I would like to see some standards created. And Councilmember Anthony, I agree with you. We will hit that day when we hit our RENA numbers. Long after this council is gone, I'm sure. But, well, I don't know, man. I'm not just talking about the time it takes us to put those developments online. I know if we're talking about developments that are coming up, we have about, 6,000 units? But those are not built yet. And that's to the point of this. I want something that comes forward that helps us build units safely and more quickly. And there is data showing that when you use skilled union labor force, your projects are built faster. So let's get it done.
Oh, yeah, please, go for it.
Thank you. I want to grab one more thing before you have your turn. This is just from one council member, but I hope my colleagues agree with me that, Councilmember Mullins mentioned that Burbank is unique. And we are looking at other cities, as examples, but Burbank is unique. And I would like to give staff permission, if you need it, or it would be beneficial, to be innovative and to think outside the box if you want to. And not to be afraid to bring something to us that maybe doesn't look like what other cities have done, but would work really well for us and maybe be new and innovative, and that's okay, not to get boxed in. So I hope my colleagues agree with that, because I think this is an opportunity here. We have some brilliant minds that we've already seen evidence of tonight of what could be. So I think that giving you a little bit of wiggle room to be able to explore, I want to just give that overt direction in case you needed it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, of course. I echo the sentiment. Let's think outside the box. Well, I appreciate staff and our consulting team for putting together the report. It was insightful. So here would be my feedback. We absolutely want to meet our housing targets. We want to produce more housing. Absolutely. This is, to me, a matter of policy. I view this very similar to how I try to buy my products. Sometimes it's more expensive to buy American-made, but I'm proud to do it because I know that it's made with American labor. Jobs are often being outsourced, but what do you get for that? Sometimes paying more can be the right thing to do, and I think other cities and jurisdictions around the country have struck that balance and found a way to do it. Now, so let me just be very clear. I am fully in support of prevailing wage, skilled and trained workforce, local hire requirements, apprenticeships. And the reason for that is because I want people that live in and near our community to construct all that new housing that we desperately need. Let's put our people to work. That's a matter of policy. We have to do that, period, from this council member's perspective. Now, there is an added cost to that. I agree. Now, I leave it to all of you as you go into this next step to really look deeper into it, but I have some thoughts. Now, we have great opportunity sites just sitting here vacant in the city of Burbank. I've said this ad nauseum, but we have the old IKEA, we have the old Kmart location. If you want to put a housing project and use skilled and trained, locally hired workforce, or maybe another example, if you want to do 100% affordable, move them to the front of the line. The very front of the line. Get them in and out the door as quickly as we can. That has incredible cost savings. That has value to developers. And I will say one thing. Mr. Donahue is often here. He comments very often. And I know we don't agree on much. But I will say that there was one thing. I got to know him earlier in time when we were talking about the pre-approved plans for ADUs. And the one thing I have heard from him and many others is that navigating the city department approval process can be incredibly time-consuming. It can be frustrating. So my feedback to staff is when you're looking at ways to offset the cost, really look at how you can help someone get in and out of that process as quickly as possible. I was just mentioning to the Councilmember Anthony here, I asked him a question offline. I said, hey, do you remember that Fry's project, which I believe was in our very first year on council? Still waiting for that to go up. And it's not all because of the supply chain issues. It's not all because, our process takes an immeasurable amount of time. Burbank has a reputation for being a wonderful city. There's many things that we have a good reputation for. We also have a reputation for being a city where it is very difficult, very time-consuming to build. Let's change that reputation. Let's look at how you can speed up the process and build in cost savings to account for some of these other things, these human capital policy decisions that we want to do. So I am all for having staff look at and bring back an ordinance that incorporates prevailing wage, apprenticeship, local hire. Let's do it. Anyone else have anything? Yeah, Councilmember Anthony.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well said. Well said. I just wanted to mention one thing. Ask a favor. There was a speaker earlier, Mr. Christensen. You mentioned the state certified apprenticeship program and all the positive effects and benefits of that. If you have any language to that effect, or even a draft ordinance, please send that our way. And I'm guessing you may have some experience with cash payments. If you have any data on that, please submit that to staff. I'd love to take a look at that too. Thank you.
Great. Any other feedback? Do we give staff
I
enough?
would just say one thing, keep the roundtable going, because when you were talking, Mr. Mayor, about ways to build quicker, we have wonderful developers like Mr. Worth, who has worked with our unions, like the carpenters, to build things on time.
Great. Anyone else? Staff, do we adequately direct you enough?
Yes.
Okay, because I can keep going. All right. Fair enough. You're all dismissed. Thank you very much for your work. We look forward to getting an update soon, and we look forward to the community participation as well. Okay. So that takes us to our second report this evening. Our second report tonight is regarding a discussion and update on the development of the Safer Streets Burbank Plan. I welcome Senior Planner from the Community Development Department, Chris Buonomo, to present the report. I apologize. Did I get that name right?
You got it right second.
All right. Getting tongue-tied over here.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Ms. Vice Mayor, and City Council. As you just said, my name is Chris Bonomo. I am a Senior Transportation Planner with the Community Development Department. And tonight I am here to provide a progress update on the Safer Streets Burbank Action Plan. So in January 2023, staff presented a first step report to City Council regarding the possibility of developing a Vision Zero plan. Staff was directed to begin, and in January 2024, kicked off that plan's development. Tonight, staff will provide an update on progress to date and outline next steps to come. Slide, please. There we go. Thank you. I appreciate it. First, a refresher. What is Vision Zero? Essentially, it's the goal to eliminate traffic-related fatalities across all modes of travel in a municipality in a certain amount of time. While that's really the general goal of every city, under Vision Zero, the means of achieving that goal are different from traditional planning and engineering, and that happens in a couple of specific ways. First, it recognizes that mistakes happen on our roadways and that the severity of those mistakes can be minimized through safer street design. And second, It streamlines the multidisciplinary approach necessary to address this complex problem, providing a blueprint for more effective collaboration among a very diverse group of stakeholders. And so while Vision Zero is the goal, the safe systems approach is how we get there. It should be noted that not all collisions are correctable with engineering countermeasures. For example, distracted driving, driving under the influence, not correctable with traffic engineering countermeasures. But the safe systems approach acknowledges that that's a reality. People do make mistakes, those collisions happen. They can't be completely eliminated. However, in a roadway system where there are multiple factors working together, planned redundancies can reduce the severity of those human error collisions. This approach has been adopted by the U.S. Department of Transportation and by Caltrans, and it works by building and reinforcing multiple layers of protection that both prevent certain crashes from happening and reducing the harm caused by the ones that do happen. And so to reflect that approach, staff has determined that the name for this program, rather than the global Vision Zero that's shared with cities from here to Stockholm, should have a bit more of a local context. The Safer Streets Burbank is the name that had been discussed with Transportation Commission, with stakeholders. That's the name we landed on. Because it more closely aligns with our local context, it's more intuitive for someone hearing about it for the first time, and it's a more effective tool for community communication. And also, an important part is that the word safer recognizes the work that's already been done to date. There are some pieces of the system that are already working, set in motion years ago by the general plan and the complete streets plan. So this name is a nod to the efforts already undertaken by City Council, while also focusing on the steps the city needs to take in the future. While many of the underlying policies already exist in the Complete Streets Plan, Safer Streets Burbank can reorient the project delivery process to support installation of more quick-build projects. These projects can address immediate concerns right away, including speed management, while staff pursue funding to develop more robust, permanent materials later on. This example from San Diego is shows that life cycle of the before, the quick build, and then when funding is available, more permanent materials that fortify that project. And these projects, kind of the one unifying theme is that they seek to address speed. The goal is to slow cars down, because 5 or 10 miles per hour makes a massive difference in improving the likelihood that someone can walk away from a collision. But obviously, slowing cars down comes with some trade-offs. The proposed safety benefits of widespread implementation come at the cost of vehicle throughput and motorist convenience. While other projects that narrow, tighten, or restrict roadways have demonstrated their effectiveness at reducing serious collisions, they can also have negative effects on travel time, congestion, and throughput. And these sorts of projects will be a major shift for the city. As a result, an initial step was to establish a task force of leaders from various city departments. This served initially as a way to develop a shared understanding of what the safe systems approach is and to begin internal education of what that means for each department. With that knowledge base established and with the trust earned, members of the task force provided their unique perspective on the goals, methods, and analysis to help guide plan development. In the long term, they will continue to be involved in the formulation and ongoing implementation of Safer Streets Burbank. And at the bottom, there's just a list of the departments that were involved. CDD, Public Works, Fire, Police, Public Information, and Burbank Unified School District. Now we'll take a look at the actual plan development itself. There are 5 complementary steps, each of which builds upon the last. All of those steps develop information that, when completed, will become the components of the final Safer Streets Burbank Action Plan. The first 3 steps are the core data analysis, and they are the steps that we will discuss this evening. So the first step is a collision landscape analysis, the highest level of data analysis. And then we go down one more level to analyze collisions based on how they fit into the system. What kind of intersections are we talking about? What types of roads? What kind of road users? And in order to understand where these collisions are occurring, the city analyzed the kind of underlying contextual factors of these roadways. In order to do so, the city plotted all collisions in a geospatial mapping software called ArcGIS. This enables staff to develop a network of roadways to prioritize implementation, which will be referred to as the focus network, and we'll discuss that in a few slides. But first, let's start digging into the data. Staff worked in coordination with the Burbank Police Department and Public Works Department to source data on all vehicle collisions from 2018 to 2022. A 5-year selection of data is the typical timeframe used by other cities' programs, and that's the requirement in the various grant program applications that the city typically looks into. And looking at the data through this widest lens, there were almost 4,000 collisions during the 5-year sample period. The total dipped during the COVID-19 shutdowns and then rebounded, although it was still below 2018. And within this data, you'll see that there's 3 colors of green. 55% of all collisions during this period resulted in an injury of some kind, and that is the medium shade of green and the darkest shade of green. Since the goal is to reduce and eliminate the most serious roadway collisions, this 55% of collisions is where the city will be focusing its analysis. This provides the widest enough sample to develop meaningful insights, but it also eliminates data noise generated by property damage only collisions that did not result in an injury. Based on the available data from these collisions, a couple of initial insights emerged, and kind of one of the main ones was the differential in outcomes based on mode. So we're looking here at all injury collisions. Inside of the triangle, you see the mode that makes up 100% of collisions. So we've got the colored ones are pedestrian, bicycle, and motorcyclist. These are what we'll refer to as vulnerable road users. That is 24% on the left side. But for KSI collisions, which stands for a collision where someone is killed or seriously injured, that same group comprises 64% of all KSIs. So the share of pedestrian KSIs is 2.5 times higher under KSI, and then that's 5 times as much for motorcyclists. And so if the whole point of this is to correct our most serious collisions, KSI collisions are where we're going to begin our analysis. So the real crux of all of this is the mapping. To do so, staff plotted all of the injury collisions in ArcGIS. This enabled staff to not only visualize where the collisions are occurring in the city, but to also embed a wide range of data onto that map. So when you click on a collision, you see where it happened, when it happened, all of the criteria listed in the police report. With all of that data uploaded, staff assigned scores to each collision, and weighting was based on the severity and by mode. More weight was given to a collision if it was a pedestrian or a bicyclist, or if a pedestrian or bicyclist was involved, as well as more weight for a KSI collision. And so then the next step was grouping all of those collisions along their roadway segments. This allowed staff to identify roadway segments that then had the highest score, where there was a clustering of the more serious collisions. And so finally, all of that analysis led us to what we're calling the focus network. So the focus network is laid out here. It's a busy map. There is a bit clear of a map in the next one, but I just wanted to make it clear that there is the focus network, which is the lines along these roadways here, but also there are the injury collisions and the KSIs. So you can see how one overlays on top of the other. And it's important to note that the focus network, while it is only 17% of the city's roadway miles, this network accounts for 80% of KSI collisions. And so this is just with the KSI and the injury collision layer turned off, so it's a bit clearer where this network is. And for the sake of understanding which segments scored higher than others, there's color coding that we introduced as well. So the darker red, the higher score, the lighter yellow, the lowest score. But still, this is our top 85th percentile of roadways that we're looking at here. And so this focus network is what we'll use for our next steps, outlined here in green. So a toolbox of engineering countermeasures will be developed that includes proven, cost-effective treatments that will best address the most prevalent roadway safety challenges identified in the analysis, and this is the roadways represented by the focus network. Then, drawing on the focus network map, these specific methods will be paired with project locations. When staff returns later in the year, staff will present the countermeasures as well as the project locations. And then with those pieces all together, as mentioned earlier, all of these layer on top of one another and will bring us to the final Safer Streets Burbank Action Plan. And since the focus network map is pretty abstract right now, just wanted to provide kind of a coming attractions of what we'll see in the next presentation later in the year. This is an example of countermeasures that have been deployed in other Vision Zero cities across California and across the country. To understand where we're going with this, we wanted to show a couple of examples of what could be proposed at these project locations that are on the focus network map. And finally, when this plan is adopted, the city will only start its implementation process. This will be work that continues well into the future after adoption. It's an iterative plan, and there will be regular updates on collision data and assessments of project effectiveness in the years to come. When staff returns with new data, with new insights, new locations will be proposed, and assessments of old ones will be provided. So think of the action plan as just the kind of the foundation of where this is heading, and the periodic updates will build on top of that foundation in years to come. As this new data is filtered in, it kind of sets the standard for our annual implementation. Things will get tweaked, projects will be proposed, and it will keep moving on. And with that, I thank you for your time. I will be glad to open it up for conversation and questions.
Thank you so much for that report. Before that, I believe we have one public comment card. Mr. Donahue?
Good evening, council and staff. Looks like you're going to get out of here before 11 o'clock, which is going to be great. Vice Mayor, council members, and staff, my name is David Donahue. I will be speaking as the president of Vision Burbank, as I was in my first public comment, but not my second. Safe streets is an issue that I think that our board of directors is highly interested in. I think that the data that I've been before this group and this body to say that Sergeant Stone with the Burbank Police Department reported to the Burbank Police Commission about data and statistics that happened in the city of Los Angeles. I brought it up with Chief Albanese, and I recommend that if you haven't seen that report, to go look at it. It actually shows that when you slow down traffic and you sort of throttle it, actually the accidents went up. So I'm not talking about if I can have your attention, or we can just stop it. Because Vice Mayor, if you're going to listen to them, that's okay. Well, as the mayor is sitting down, I appreciate your attention, so thank you. Because it's important to be able to look at the data, and I go to what Councilmember Takahashi has said often. I was elected to represent the city of Burbank, and I want to see the data, I want to see the statistics. You've also been a very strong proponent of this, which I applaud. But I would ask you to look at the data as it comes forward. And this is a very long process. This is something that's going to take years to implement, as staff just said. The issues that we are concerned about is that we actually look at this, we look at the data, we look at what other jurisdictions have been doing, and how it's going to affect our community. If there was a way to be able, and I would ask, because I have not seen it, is where and how you expect to do those various illustrations that staff presented, so that we can have an idea of where this may be implemented, how it could be implemented, so that we can then reach out to the community. The same way we did with Burbank, with the Olive Avenue issue, with Metro and the BRT. We knew exactly what was going to happen. We talked to the business owners, and we actually were able to come to this chamber, speak to this council, and advocate our position. That's all I'm asking for this, is to understand it, to be able to advocate. I'm not saying no, don't do it. Some of those things we might, but we want to just understand it and how it's going to apply to the city, because I do believe it will be a very significant impact. So your consideration to those points will be greatly appreciated. Thank you very much for your work, and have a good evening.
Thank you for your comment, Mr. Donahue. Any other comment cards? Calling once, calling twice. Okay, that now completes in-person public comment on this item. Thank you, Vice Mayor, for handling that, at least the start of it. We'll now go to questions from council. Does council have any questions? Councilmember Anthony.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I served on the Transportation Commission for 4 years, and we actually talked a lot about what Mr. Donahue just brought up. When you implement traffic calming measures, total accidents do go up, but deaths and injuries go down, because I'll take 1,000 fender benders at 10 miles an hour versus somebody getting killed at 35 miles an hour. Is that true? That's the statistics I've seen. You get a small increase in total accidents, but injuries and deaths can drop almost to zero.
Thank you for the question. I wouldn't say across the board that is what always happens. In general, in the cities that staff has looked at, in a fair number of cities that has been the case. Similarly sized, cities that had similar land use patterns, and kind of right next to or right outside a major city is sort of where staff looked, and that is a fair characterization of what has happened in several of those cities.
And it's slide 8 from the presentation. Illustrates your point.
Thank you.
Great. Who'd like to go next? Wow, that's a first. Okay, no questions? Fantastic. All right, that's a first, everybody. Good job. Oh, you really don't have to be polite. It's okay. Now, of course, by all means. By all means.
So gathering data in knowing what we're actually doing for street calming, something similar to what we did on Olive, kind of redesigned, painted it to see what results and numbers are we going to have slowing down traffic. Something similar to what we've done on San Fernando. You're keeping track of all these changes, correct? And those are the information that you need to gather, you know, the data that we're Mr. Donahue was talking about, or you were talking about. And those are the changes that we're looking at in the future. So once we know, did it work? Did it not work? Do we have to make adjustments? And I know at some point we asked you to come back in 6 months and give us updates. Is 6 months enough to give us enough information to what we want to do with those, with like these 2 streets that I mentioned? And how long do we need to continue making those kind of changes in neighborhoods in order for us to become a real safe city, that we know we have got it down? And I know we can never prevent it because things will happen. People are going to pass stop signs, or they're going to pass a red light. They're going to do things from being distracted. But how long would that take, and how much information do you need before we have a solid plan?
Sure, yes. David Kriske, Assistant Community Development Director. I'll talk about the Olive project briefly, and then Mr. Bonomo will talk about more generally. So Olive is an example of a complete, or of a Vision Zero Safer Streets Burbank project. As you mentioned, it's striping. It's something that's implemented relatively quickly. It goes in kind of more immediately, and then we follow up and take additional data to see how it's performing. So in the case of Olive, we are looking at about a 6-month snapshot. So we took data beforehand, then we implemented the project, collected outreach, and then we'll be going back. We're actually waiting until summer is ending to be more standard traffic conditions. We'll go back, take the same sort of data, and look at the after. So on like a individual project level, that's kind of how it would react. Especially in this project where we looked at several blocks of roadway, we can look at the whole stretch of the street and do a really good before and after comparison. What Mr. Bonomo's talking about with Safer Streets is doing that with maybe smaller projects, but around the city. And so maybe an individual project like a curb extension or a sidewalk widening or a crosswalk painting at various locations to address crashes. We may not analyze it quite in the level of detail for each location, but what we're hoping to set up is this becomes an ongoing every year. So every year we're looking at the data, identifying projects, putting them in quickly, collecting outreach, collecting more crash data, and then starting again, and then seeing, did we affect the crashes? Did they go down? Are there new hotspots? And so this isn't a kind of a project that's once and done. It's just something that if this is where the council wants to go forward, we would just embed this into our order of business, and we're just doing it on an ongoing basis. And so we're really trying to be data-driven and looking at like before and after quantitative data to see if we're having an effect on the safety.
Great. Any other questions? I have just one. Ms. Librato, could you pull up slide number 18? And the reason I'm pulling up this slide for staff, the question I have is our public commenter was expressing a desire to know where we could see some of these projects roll out. And if I'm reading this correctly, and please tell me if I'm wrong, you can see the streets in Burbank highlighted in darker colors of orange and moving into red, where we're seeing the highest number of fatalities and injuries. I mean, just from my glancing at it, we see Glen Oaks, San Fernando, Magnolia seems to have a lot of things going on, Victory. So I think this, am I missing anything, or this seems like the map where we at least use as a starting point to say these are our highest impact areas?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's exactly the point. It is the starting point. This filters us down from looking citywide and sort of losing sight of where these areas are. And so layer by layer, staff filter down in the analysis to then get to this focused network. Staff is now focused in on where these projects can be. So that's exactly right.
Okay. Thank you so much. That's the only question I had. Unless that prompted anything else, we can go into deliberations. So who'd like to kick us off with comment? Councilmember Mullins, you're reaching for the mic. What do you got? Okay. Councilmember Anthony. The sooner we start, the sooner we're done. So.
Well, I mean, like Mr. McDougall said, our city attorney pointed out, slide 8 again. If we could bring that up, it's a huge part of one of the reasons why this whole thing is happening. A few years back, we had a very terrible collision on Glen Oaks. And when you look at these speeds, as you get higher and higher, that's where the serious injury and the fatalities happen. But just a couple of miles per hour lower, and you statistically have a huge drop in fatalities. And this is basically, it's a conversation about physics versus biology. We as human beings, we could fall down and take a hit and get knocked around a little bit, but once you reach a certain speed threshold, like our body and bones and tissues and organs they're not designed to handle those kinds of speeds. We build cars to try to protect us on the inside, but they're not foolproof, or we'd all be driving tanks around. But I think taking concern about speed and roadway conditions and how people move through the city is the best way for us to really hone in on those fatalities and serious injuries. And I think it's a no-brainer. So,
great. Thank you, Councilmember Mullins. Now you're ready. Let's go.
I agree completely. And I think we've all witnessed a lot of the drivers through the city, whether they're Burbank residents or not. As long as there's an open road, they are not paying attention to who's crossing that road. I walk a lot, and I can't tell you how many times I almost get hit at a stop sign where it's my right of way to walk, and I literally look at the driver and I'm waving, and they don't care. They keep going. A lot of it is distraction. They're late. They're in a hurry. So whatever we can do to prevent a loss of life, I'm all for it. I think staff does an amazing job in identifying a lot of these areas where we have the map that the mayor showed us earlier. I think it's important, and we all know the streets where people are speeding because it's open road. So whether we slow it down by traffic lights to force them to stop, that's a way to also slow people down. I know it's irritating, and I personally don't like it either when I have to go somewhere and I have to stop at every light. Whether to do extra paint to narrow down the lanes. I know it's not the favorite thing for our residents because a lot of us are in a hurry and we need to get from point A to B, and we want to do it fast. But I want to also protect lives, that we're not having our streets wide open for people that are going to get hit, whether they're walking or in another vehicle. So I'm in favor of whatever plans, data, whatever information you need to gather. I'm in favor of doing that in order for us to protect our lives here in the city. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Councilmember Takahashi.
Yes, thank you. Okay, thank you for the presentation and all the work you've done on this. I am 1,000% in support of this approach, safer streets. This is an important issue for me. One of the reasons why I am so supportive of this process is because it's data-driven. It is based on the data, and not only just the data that's available, but creating more data so that we can know better what's going on. The quick build aspect of the projects allows us to get data in ways that previous processes didn't allow. Previously, we tried to basically predict what would happen or try to have an educated guess, but when we fast build, we actually get live data on the ground of what's going on, and we know for sure. And so then that quick build allows us to get data, and then we can do the final build at the end based on that data, which is great. The Olive above Glen Oaks is a perfect example of that. Also, the one-way on San Fernando is another example of how that's already being implemented, and we're already seeing how we can benefit from that. So that, to me, is part of the appeal of this approach is the data. And then also that we can make changes quickly and try things out. And if it doesn't work, we don't do it. So if the data looks like it's not a good idea, then we pull it back and we don't do it, versus getting 100% committed to a complete build and then realizing we made a mistake. For the projects that perhaps don't fix the crashes or the crashes get worse, because it's a quick build, we can change it and we can make it better. I noticed that on the map with the red streets that were highlighted is that if you look at that closely, almost all those streets are areas where cars and pedestrians have opportunities to interact with each other. So it makes sense that those would be the highest level of KSIs, and that we're looking at those first. So I'm glad that that's the case. For the countermeasures and the possible toolkit examples, I want to just throw in there, please add traffic circles and roundabouts to the list of possible toolkit measures, as well as appearances of narrower streets. That really makes a difference. When you think you're on a narrow street, you're going to drive slower even if it's the same size. If it looks wide open, it makes people go faster. It's a psychological thing.
I believe the phrase is crowding the roadway.
Okay, I like that. All right, appearance of crowding it, not actually, but appearance of it. And then also, as you know, I've said this before, but just going to reiterate it, please, as much as we can, separating pedestrians and bikes away from cars, as much as we can. As a person who rides their bike around the city, that even in bike lanes that are in the street, I'm just so close to cars, all it needs is a little nick of a car going 40 miles an hour, and I'm crashing into the parked cars next to me, and that's, a whole thing. So whatever we can do to separate, that would be great. And then my last comment is that we're talking a little bit about the trade-offs. And to me, most of these things on this list are not trade-offs, they're actually benefits. Slowing vehicles down is a benefit. Restricting vehicle throughput in areas where there are pedestrians is a benefit. Deprioritizing vehicles in those areas is a benefit. So for me, those are benefits, but just I guess it's a matter of perspective. And to me, we talk about Burbank as this like small town in the big city. And I think that in order for us to have a small town in the big city, we need to have slower avenues that we drive through. Small towns don't have speedways through the middle of the town. Small towns don't have streets that look like highways and that have highway speeds. They're slow and leisurely, and so we can drive slow and leisurely through our city, and that's totally okay. So I like that idea of really looking at our city as this is an opportunity of really creating the city that we see it as a small town, and part of that is to just slow everything down and keep everything safer for everybody. So I'm 1,000% in support of this. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comment. Vice Mayor, anything to add?
Definitely. I appreciate staff for putting this together, and I appreciate you taking the initiative for the name change and safer streets. I think a lot of what this requires is a paradigm shift, not only for elected leaders like us, but for the public. I think we've received complaints about Olive, for example, and how it's slower to drive there now. Yes, that is the point. I completely appreciate the concerns, the complaints from the neighbors there where they say opening the car door has created an issue. That is valid. That is absolutely the reason we make a change that can then be edited to make sure that we're not creating another issue. But it's important for all of us in the city to get on board with the fact that, yes, we are trying to slow you down. I live on Oak Street. People drive incredibly fast. If any car hits me on Oak Street, I am dead. End of story from anybody that drives through there. And there's also a school right down the street from me. And that's what I think about every day. There's kids crossing back and forth. And so we all need to get into that mindset. And so I appreciate you all for taking the leadership and making sure that we're presenting it to folks that way. This is a whole mindset change for our community. I agree with all the measures that you all put here. The only recommendation I would have is next time you come back, I think it would be helpful for the members of our community to also get into this mindset, to see one of our streets, for example, the way you have the example for, let's see what slide it is. On slide 7, where you talked about the before, the interim, and after. It would be great to see, I know this is San Diego, it'd be great to see one or two of our streets that way. So what you see with the before, interim, and after, knowing that these are designs, maybe it'll look a little different, but just that concept visually, I think would help us get the message out.
We actually have a good one just put in. Public Works helped us in front of Burbank High, Harvard and Third, very similar to this. So definitely we'll put that in. But we don't have a lot of examples yet, but we will definitely tailor it locally.
That would be great. I'd love to see that. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you, colleagues. I agree with all of the discussion that I've heard. And I think we have plenty of examples of relatively calm and safe streets in Burbank, Chandler being one of them. And when you look at the unique aspects of that street, we can borrow a lot of those same design components and try to make safer streets throughout Burbank. So I totally agree. And then before we close this item for the night, my only suggestion to staff would be when you come back with the plan, if there are 2 to 3 immediate build projects, what I would like to see is the plan approved, and then the community get to immediately see, as quickly as possible, some of these smaller projects go out in the community, and then they can start to see that it is working immediately. And I think we already know what streets we're going to focus on. So good job, everybody. Anything else? Okay, we're going to close the book on that chapter, send some staff home, but not all of our staff. The third report to council tonight is the approval of funding for incentivizing the transition of legal non-conforming firearms retail businesses. And to present the report, I would like to welcome Mrs. Jill Vanderboort, Senior Assistant City Attorney, to the podium. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Senior Assistant City Attorney Jill Vanderboort. I'm here tonight to follow up on an idea that was initially presented to the council in April by our Community Development Director, Mr. Prescott. As staff went out into the community to do outreach on our new firearm retailer ordinances, a select number of those retailers expressed potential interest in transitioning out of the business or in transitioning to another type of business with a proper incentive. So in April, council gave staff direction to explore that concept, which staff has now done. Since that time, we met with 4 potentially interested firearm retailers. Since that time, we've also had the opportunity to, and I'm sorry, I have a cough. We've had the opportunity to go through the first iteration of our new business license process. And as council can see from the report, we now only have 12 licensed firearm retailers in the city from 14 that we had prior to the new regulations. But I'm here tonight to seek now council's authority to approve a monetary amount of up to $150,000 to further explore this incentivization. It was very clear from the meetings that we had that everybody's very differently situated, and I'm not sure that there is a space at which, the competing interests can arrive at a result, but to the extent that it's possible, I'm seeking council direction to have this monetary incentive with the commensurate budget amendment and approval to negotiate the agreements. And I'm here for any questions, obviously. It was brief. I have a 9:30 bedtime, so I don't know how you all do it.
Thank you very much for your report. Don't go too far.
I won't.
Any comment, Ms. Clark? Any public comment? Nope?
No speakers.
Okay, very good. Any questions from the council? Any comments from the council? I knew someone would break the trend. Go for it, Councilmember Anthony.
It's just only 2 folks are interested, and so that's what you're asking for?
Yeah, at this time, we would come back to the council. There wasn't, we know what happened in Culver City with one of their retailers. Obviously, to the extent that these retailers are thriving under the new ordinances, there's no interest. But there were 2 remaining potentially interested parties, and so that's what I'm seeking at this time.
Okay, great.
All right. Anyone else? Would anyone like to make a motion? Yes, Councilmember Anthony.
I'd like to move to approve staff's recommendation. 1, approve a monetary incentive of up to $150,000 per interested firearms retailer business to assist with business transitions. And 2, approve a budget amendment to the fiscal year 2024-2025 adopted budget appropriating up to $300,000 to implement the incentivization program. And 3, authorize the community development director to execute agreements in a form approved by the city attorney with any interested retailers to transition away from firearms and ammunition sales.
Great. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, first and a second. Any other discussion? Okay, first by Anthony, second by Mullins. Let's call the roll.
Councilmember Anthony?
Yes.
Councilmember Mullins?
Yes.
Councilmember Takahashi?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Perez?
Yes.
And Mayor Schultz?
Yes, motion passes 5-0. Congratulations. Okay. Now, we will hear council comments, including reporting on council committee assignments, attendance at conferences, regional meetings, and other community events. Who'd like to go first? Councilmember Mullins on the jump. There you go.
I'll just do it once for you tonight.
I so appreciate that she's always a great sport.
I know. Well, because
You always do so good leading us off, though. You do.
You are so kind. And, given that we're finishing early, I'm going to do this really fast. So I attended the Police Commission on July 17th. Also, moving forward, July 23rd, the majority of us attended the Sister City Welcome Celebration at the Buena Vista Library. That was a lot of fun. We also, I attended Celebrate Home Again LA receiving monetary contribution from AT&T. I believe it was $20,000. And shout out to AT&T and Home Again for all the work they do for the city. The same evening, I attended the Transportation Commission. And on July 25th, Councilmember Takahashi and I took a really wonderful tour of the Athens facilities. I said Athens/King because they bought the facility. And let me tell you, my thoughts about recycling trash and how the process, what we saw at the facility was really amazing. I talked to my family about it, my friends, and I'm like, don't crush your bottled water. We learned that. So never crush your bottled water because people think they crush it to save space. And they say, actually, leave it alone. Just put it through because the machine catches it faster than crushing it because it goes into different belt if you crush the bottle.
But it feels so good when you crumple it in your hand.
I know. So find something else to crush beside the bottle. Really quick, that was a fun fact that I found out because I know my husband does this. You wash like the cans, tomato cans and all that. They said, don't wash it. Just put it in the recycling because we think we're doing the right thing by washing that to keep it clean because it's going to recycling. They said, leave that to us. Don't worry about it. We don't need to wash it. A couple of things that I thought it was like, wow, I had no idea. There was so many other things that I personally discovered there, and it was wonderful. And I encourage you guys, if you haven't gone, you should go. It was really great. Learned a lot.
You see, you think I pick on you, and yet you always deliver a great report. So I try to be. Councilmember Anthony.
All right, from now on, I'm going to wash my plastic bottles and crush the tin cans with my hand. That's what I'm going to do. On the 17th, I had a lovely conversation with a team that is advocating for what's called chromodiversity. They were looking at St. Joseph's to help assist families who have members with an extra X or an extra Y chromosome, which is very rare, but there's very little support in Southern California. I was at the Sister City Welcome Celebration for the Oda Japan students. I watched the Vice Mayor give an excellent presentation at the Job Connect Plus at the Burbank Library. It was completely off the cuff, and it was a wonderful, inspirational story, and everybody really appreciated it. Yeah, that was it. I had a pretty light week.
Okay. Councilmember Takahashi.
I'll go next. All right, on July 17th, I attended a Zonta Club meeting, and that was fun to see everybody. And then July 20th, I went to the BTAX Bingo Brunch and Bubbly fundraiser. I did not win bingo this year. I won it last year, did not win this year. And then on the 23rd, went to the Sister City Welcome Celebration at the Buena Vista Library for the OTA students. And the 24th, went to the Home Again LA contribution event and got to see their mobile van. That was pretty cool. I'm excited. I'm going to try to catch up with them and at one of their events and see how it's going. On the 25th in the morning, I went to the Valley Economic Alliance board meeting, and then later that morning, right afterwards, I went to the tour of Athens with Councilmember Mullins. And to add to what she said, there's even more awesomeness. So the technology that's available for recycling is just extraordinary. So there's a machine that sorts the plastic bottles. That's why you don't crush them. There's a machine that sorts the aluminum, and there's a machine that sorts the paper. And then it's all like this weird kind of like one goes up, one goes down. It's pretty cool. But even with all that technology, there is still a tremendous amount of manual labor that's still required, and there's a human need to do this manual sorting. So the manual sorters were there, and then right next to them was this giant AI with like 4 arms, sorting everything super fast, and then what was left would get sorted by the humans. So it's just a really interesting kind of working together of AI and technology and humans all together to make this everything as much as possible get diverted away from the landfill and into recycling. Oh, and then there was an organics crushing technology too that juiced the organics into juice to then use as energy. It's amazing. It's amazing. All right, that's it for me, actually. I could go on. We could do a whole presentation on that tour. That was pretty cool, yeah.
Maybe Skynet isn't the enemy. I don't know. You're convincing me. Vice Mayor.
All righty. So on Friday the 19th, the mayor and I met with the Jewish Federation of LA to discuss the follow-up to our agenda item. And I think we had a very productive conversation. On Saturday, July 20th, Councilmember Takahashi taught me how to play bingo at BTAX brunch. I grew up playing loteria, y'all. Bingo was new to me. On Wednesday, July 24th, I was, along with the mayor, here for the tour of City Hall for our sister city folks who are here today. So it was really great. They loved to see the council chambers, all of our offices. It was a wonderful time. And also was there for Home Again LA's receipt of the check. That's really great to hear all the broadband that's going to bring over to our families who need it most. On July 25th, along with Councilmember Takahashi, attended the Valley Economic Alliance Board of Directors meeting. And then on the 26th, thank you, Councilmember Anthony, that was very nice. I gave a speech to the folks who are graduating from our Jobs Connect Plus program at the library. And they're a very brave group of folks because most of them who are in this program are making a career change or switching to something else. So I gave them a little bit of my story and what it's like to fail and then succeed in hopes that, when they move forward, they don't think about the hard time that is getting to from point A to point B, but rather the success of getting your dream job. And then finally, I attended the Burbank YMCA's Horseman Children's Center open house along with the mayor. And that's it for me.
Great. Well, I'm not going to repeat anything because there was a lot of with the mayors in there. So the only other stuff I did was Thursday, July 18th. I had the Burbank Chamber of Commerce monthly board meeting, and I go every month either in person or virtually just to give them an update on what's happening on council. And I think that there is a revitalized relationship and good information exchange between the board and Mr. Hess, who's usually there, and myself. Thursday, July 25th, because several of you were at the Valley Economic Alliance, I went to 2 ribbon cuttings. We had the 25th anniversary ribbon cutting for CBIS Data Tax right there off of Hollywood Way before you get on the freeway. They've been in business almost over 40 years, but in Burbank for 25, so very long-standing business. And then there was the grand opening of the Vagthal's Residential Care Center #1, which I think is, if I'm not mistaken, it's the 5th in town. They employ 40 40 people in the city of Burbank. So it's a really great local job creator and just a nice chance to visit with them and meet some of the folks that they give a home and services to. That's it. There was other stuff, but everyone else talked about it. So now is the time for the introduction of additional agenda items. Do any members of the council have items to introduce? Vice Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, yes. Given the latest Metro Board meeting, I would like to agendize an update on the Metro BRT project from our subcommittee members, Councilmember Mullins and Councilmember Takahashi, and staff.
Okay, did you get that, Mr. Hess? Okay, are there any other items from members of the council? Yes, Councilmember Mullins.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I want to defer my question to the city attorney. Is it possible, what I'd like to ask earlier, we talked about during public comment, the speakers came in regards to the presentation that Councilmember Anthony did at the Metro Board meeting and not identifying himself, that he came to speak on his own behalf, not on council's behalf, not on the subcommittee's behalf. I would like to know if we skip the asking for the report, but to defer to Councilmember Anthony and ask if he would go to the Metro Board to clarify that he was not there representing the City Council as a whole, but that you were there representing yourself.
I'm more than comfortable to do that on the next September board meeting for Metro, if that's all right.
So, if I might,
I mean, the council member can agree to do that. I don't know that that accomplishes an update on the BRT project.
My understanding is that they're separate.
Separate.
Yeah.
What I gather is that in lieu of other potential disciplinary action, that suggestion has been put forward by Councilmember Mullins. I'm hearing Councilmember Anthony indicate a willingness to do that, and I think we should avoid any further discussion without agendizing the topic.
Yes, that is correct. With the agreement of Councilmember Anthony being present and discussing what happened at this last meeting, that you were not being given an authorization by this body or by the subcommittee, that you acted on your own to go and speak on their behalf.
And that was my understanding of the request.
I'm going to construe that as a point of information of sorts. So I don't see that as an agenda item request. Are there any other agenda item requests? Yes, Councilmember Anthony.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. On Friday morning, SAG-AFTRA went on strike against the major video game developers in the country. I'd like to repurpose our letter from last year. We wrote a letter to bring both sides of the table to an agreement in good faith. Can we bring that back as a first step report?
Yeah, we could do that where it's neutral to both sides.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
I actually have a procedural question on that topic, not discussing it, but if we've written similar letters in the past, and I don't have the legislative platform in front of me, is there an argument to be made that it might very well sit within the council's previously adopted position on these matters?
Not necessarily, because the council may or may not agree, and you can't
Okay.
agree on something that's not agendized. So to have a draft letter come back.
That's fine.
Addressing the current topic would be the most appropriate.
We would likely put that on consent since we've done a few of these, and kind of suggest that you skip the second step and just go ahead and adopt it and sign it, all five of you, post the next meeting, or whenever we bring it back.
Okay, I'm not going to respond to avoid discussion, but we have the request made, so thank you. Any other requests? Okay. Yes.
Not a request. This is a separate thing. I just wanted to clarify quickly. A few weeks back, I had made a social media post commenting on what we had done here in council chambers. It was incorrect. A few people had notified me that it was incorrect. I subsequently made a second post clarifying. Unfortunately, I had left the original post up, and it had upset more people. So that is my error. That original post has now been removed, and I do apologize for any confusion that was out there.
Mr. Hess, do we have somewhere on our stored drive a digital copy of the council conduct policy?
We could definitely get that. I don't know where it exactly is, but we could get that either digital or hard copy.
Could we just have that recirculated amongst the council as refresher reading?
How would you like it? Digital, hard
Email.
copy, or both?
Email, that's my
Okay.
request. Just an email back to council. It's a good refresher.
You'll have
Good
that
to read
tomorrow.
up on.
Yep.
Okay, great. Anything else?
I do have a question, Mr. Mayor. Where are you going to put Daruma?
I will accept this as a gift on behalf of the city. We'll put it in the mayor's office, and I suppose the next mayor will inherit it.
Oh, okay. Well, can I borrow once in a while? Thank you.
We're gonna have to agendize that so we can discuss it. But yeah, sure, you can borrow it. Absolutely. I think we're all just like it's not used to being done by 11. So on that note, I'm going to put us out of our misery. We now adjourn the meeting to Tuesday, August 13th. You heard right, August 13th for a regular meeting in the Burbank City Council chamber located at 275 East Olive Avenue, second floor. Have a great rest of the July month, everybody, and we'll see you next month in August.